Hello, folks. Oh, I'm in the wrong scene. There we go. How about that? Hello, folks. Take two. How is everyone's Friday going? I hope everyone's Friday is going well. In fact, broadly, I hope people's Fridays are going better than mine. As Tristan and I woke up today, it was cold, and then we discovered that that our boiler is broken. So we're currently in the process of having our boiler fixed. But in the meantime, Zach is having a blast because he likes it being colder in here. But you could see me modeling my Cracking the Cryptic hoodie, if you if you like. It is not... So many things work in our favor, such as the fact that we don't own the boiler, so we don't have to pay to replace it. It's not direly cold, just cold enough that we wanted the heater, and we've got some space heaters, so everyone will be okay. Zach will be especially okay, because he can run around slip sliding on the ice around the house, so he will be very happy. Yeah, it is possible that Zach may have not been enthused about the start of the heater season. Yeah, maybe Jay is correct. Maybe Simon did it so that I would promote the Cracking the Cryptic with the hoodie. We will see. All is possible. A boiler is a particular form of heater for the house. To Isabella, it runs hot water through the house, basically, in a way that doesn't result in hot water spraying everywhere in the house, hopefully. Fortunately, that's not happening. It's just also not heating the house. So that is our current adventure. But there are still puzzles. And so today, my supporters have voted for this Niverio puzzle. Niverio on a roll here. I think this is back-to-back Niverio puzzles. So I know Penpa doesn't say, but this is a Niverio puzzle called Expansion. And the rule set is actually pretty simple here. Also, please, Sven, please, Sven, can we have it so that we can make this kind of arrow in Sudoku Pad? Thank you very much. So we have these arrows, and a cell with arrows tells you how many digits are bigger than that cell in the indicated directions. Niverio would like it pointed out that this is only a 2-star puzzle, so we should be in quite good shape. I don't know. I mean, Niverio, I think the most popular stream I've ever done, or one of them, was when I did Battleship, which is like a 16-star puzzle. So I'm not I'm not sure if saying the puzzle is going to be easy is going to make people excited or make them run away. It's very confusing to me how puzzle difficulty interacts with stream attendance and interest. Do you have a recommended betting tree, since we can use the authentic OG betting tree in Penpa, which is awesome. But we have all of that. So anyway, just to summarize, while Niverio tells us what the betting tree is, we have many people who support the stream in many different ways, but one of the regular ways in which people support the stream is by being a member on YouTube. So you can see all these blue names in this chat. These are people who support the stream. And one of the perks, if you become a member at the second tier or above, is that you can vote on what puzzle I open stream with. And so there's a giant list of puzzles to choose from. And so this particular puzzle was voted for by Woofer, Niverio, Doomdiat, Tallcat, Luda, Daniel, Russ, Eric, and David. I do my very best to write down all of the names, but inevitably I miss one. So if I missed you, I'm sorry, but I'm going to devote this solve to all of you who voted for it. Thank you very much to all of you. Niverio did vote for himself, as is his right, as a windmill. So we have there. Such a relief to tackle this 16-star puzzle with Zeta in chat, yes. David donates $7 since today is the 7th, along with having a shout-out from me yesterday from Simon. That's awesome. Thank you so much, David. Donation dance. Thank you very much, David. Your support to the stream means a lot. Speaking of, that's another way you can support the stream if you like. You can do super chat. So if you'd rather do a one-time donation, you can do that and get a little message displayed, and then I will read it, and Zach will dance. That is how that works. Also, if you prefer, for whatever reason, to use Patreon over Google, whatever ideological preferences you have, patreon.com/zetamath will get you most, but not all of the things that YouTube does. Because on YouTube, you also get some fancy Zach emotes to show off. Also, I should mention, we have a setting challenge underway. So if you want all of the details to that, head to the Discord link down below. The Discord channel is free to everyone. There's a thread there where you can post it once you have it. There's all the rules listed, all of this thing. Yeah, I just randomly chose betting tree instead of betting fish. Just imagine, in some alternate universe, Zach is just drooling over the grid the whole time because there's a delicious-looking betting fish. Oh no. The Cogito has made a monster. Anyway, you can talk to people there about what you're setting. You can find people who will test it for you, and you can post it to the thread when you are ready. So there we go. Now, I scrolled past, but I believe row 5, column 4 was that's not row 5, column 4. I think that's row 5, column 4. Or was it row 4, column 5 is what Niverio said. Row 5, column 4. I remembered correctly this time, I think. So I think that's actually row 5, column 4. All right. Oh, also, if you want to submit anything for the 100th anniversary stream, we're having our 100th anniversary stream soon. We've been doing this a long time. Tallcat and I are going to stream some puzzles together for from 10 a.m. until question mark, as they say in the party invites. So if you have anything that you'd like us to do that's 100 themed or not 100 themed, but you think it would be cool, be sure it gets tested, but then you can load that in the thread too. So I am looking forward to that stream. The streams with Tallcat are always great fun. Okay, and it sounds like Tallcat and I are going to be doing the Cogitos puzzle together so that I don't have to do it by myself. That sounds like the plan. Alrighty. So arrows together count the number of digits bigger than this digit in all the... So this is like almost a watchtower, right? Isn't this like a variation on watchtowers? I think this is a variation on watchtowers. So first of all, this digit I see has to be even. It's probably not the right place to start at all, but this digit has to be even because it sees the same number of digits indicated in that direction and that direction that are bigger than it. So because it sees the same digits, it sees all 8 digits other than it. So this is 2, 4, 6, or 8. But I bet I know which one it is if I think very carefully. There's no vision. There's a vision limit on watchtowers, I am told. I was just remember it was watchtower-esque. Okay, so this can't be a 2. Because there are more than 2 digits in even this direction that are bigger than 2. So it can't be a 2. If this is a 4, actually, there's 5 digits bigger than it in this direction, so that's not going to work. If this is a 6, then it works, because 7, 8, and 9 are in both directions. And if this were an 8, it wouldn't work, because there's only a 9 in each direction, so there's only 2. So this is a 6. So I bet this is not the intended first digit, but we get a 6. Woohoo! And so we get to see Zach's famous 60 dance. Woohoo! 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 Waha! Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. He's extra frisky because it's cold. And Garion points out, which I did not see, that this cell is exactly the same for exactly the same reason. So this is an 8. And then Crispy follows that this cell is, by is an 8, I mean is a 6. And this cell is also a 6 for exactly the same reason. Because it's not quite as clear, but the geometry of this cell is also the same. It sees in every direction every other digit. And so it sees it in a row and a column. So this is a 6. So sadly, the betting cell, not a 6. But we have placed a 6 in this box. So we're off to the races, as they say. So we've got this. This digit's at most a 3. Could it possibly be less than 3? It could be a 2 if one of these two is a 1. It can't possibly be a 1. So this is a 2 or a 3, and this is a 2 or a 3. For the same reason. This is also a 2 or a 3 for the same reason, and this is a 2 or a 3 for the same reason. So that gives us actually a 2-3 pair in each row and column, which is interesting. Also, Nicholas points out correctly, we've placed 6 here. I just didn't notice. Can I place more 6s? Well, I can't place a 6 there, but I don't think I can actually place that 6. One of these two is a 6. I might as well go ahead and note. I'll probably know which one it is soon. I'm going to guess this is a Fisto ring thing. I don't think it's actually a Fisto ring thing. Okay, so what we've learned here is that one of these two has a 1, and one of them doesn't have a 1. And so neither of these are 1, I guess, is the upshot. Oh, no, that's not even true, because that could be the 1. Never mind. Alrighty. Kurobon's looking at this cell now and looking at how many things it's going to see. So it's going to see this entire row, plus maybe one more. So let's just think about how many cells larger than this could see. Oh, that's a good point. The Cogito has the digit I was supposed to get first. I just didn't. This is a 1 because it can only be a 1. I suspected that I wasn't seeing the thing I was supposed to see, but this is definitely a 1 because it only points at one cell and it can't be a 0. So this is a 1. Great point to Cogito there. And so we can pencil mark that this cell has to be bigger than 1 now because otherwise it doesn't work. So I was looking at this cell and thinking, okay, this has to be a pretty middling digit. Because if this, well, it can't be a 2 or a 3. It's certainly not a 1. Let's see. So could it possibly be a 4? No, because there's already more than 4 digits larger than 4 in these cells. Could it be a 5? 5 is very plausible, actually. Because if this is a 5, I would see 4 digits in the row, and then I could see 1 here. So this could be a 5. It's only going to be able to be a 5 is my bet. Because it can't be a 6. And if it's a 7, it's only going to see 2 digits bigger than it in a row, and I can't put 5 different digits that are bigger than 7 here in this cell, because there aren't 7 digits bigger than 5. So in fact, this can only be a 5, which notice is pointing up at this cell, so that's probably where we're supposed to look next. I'm seeing actually this can't be a 6 or a 7 either, so we're really narrowing in the options for this. It's definitely the place we're supposed to look. Isabella points out this is exactly the same. Could this one be a 6, though? No, it can't, because if this was a 6, I would have to put 7, 8, and 9 in this cell, and I can't put all of them in this cell. So this can't be a 6, and 4 is too small. So yeah, this has to be a 5. And I guess the important thing is I need to note that both of these have to be bigger than 5. So these are 6, 7, 8, 9, but that one can't be 6, and that one can't be 6. Oh, and there's already a 6 in the row. I see. There wasn't one in the column, which was the symmetrical thing. So we've got some 7, 8, 9s filled in the grid. Oh, this can't be an 8 or a 9, I'm being told by Garion, because it sees an 8 in the box and a 9 in the row. So that's a 7. But unfortunately, that doesn't help with the cell that we're sort of focused on right now. But one could imagine a world where it did. Yeah, Sven is not helpful with Penpa at all. I don't understand why. I think Sven's goal is to get us all addicted to the digit auto scanning and then turn it into a premium feature where you have to support him on Patreon in order to get it. P.S. You should absolutely support Sven on Patreon. Sven has done amazing work for everyone. One of these is a 5. Is it possible this is a 5? I don't think so. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. It could be a 5 if every digit except that one is bigger than 5. It seems very unlikely, but I think it's technically possible that this is a 5. It's funny, Jovial. I vastly prefer Penpa for setting. Like, I think Penpa is roughly the perfect tool for setting a lot of kinds of things. But for solving, I just love all of the things that CTC does. Let's see. Nell doesn't believe that this can be bigger than 5. Let's see. Okay, so that's a good point, because if this was bigger than 5, it would have to be an 8 or a 9. And we can't have this being an 8 or a 9, because if it were 8, there would be 2 digits, and 8 would be equal to 2, and if it were 9, there would be 0, and 9 would be equal to 0. So that doesn't work. So this can't be 5 or higher. That is a great point. So this is actually from 1, 2, 3, 4, and we could probably rule out tons of those. If I think about it very hard. But in particular, that tells me this can't be a 5, so this is a 5. I was hoping that would be the 5, so I would get a bunch of stuff. But sadly, not. Sadly, no, Dog. The way you export puzzles by Penpa is to draw them carefully into F puzzles, and then try not to accidentally let your dyslexia cause you to move a circle into the wrong place. I may be speaking more from personal experience than most people. Okay, so this can't be a 1, for sure. If this was a 2, I would have only 2 digits bigger than 2 in these directions. That does not work. If this were a 3, I would need to have... Well, it can't be a 3, because there's only 2 digits smaller than 3. And I can't put... I can't have it in myself getting 4. So this has to be a 4. But then that's going to be huge. It could be 5? Right, it could be 5. I don't know why I never even... I was thinking about it being 5 for this, but yeah, it could be 5. It still can't be 3, though. 3 still doesn't work. There's only 2 things that I could hide over here. If this was... Okay, so if this is 4, then I have to have 1, 2, and 3 over here. No, even 4 doesn't work. Hey, Jessica. Because even if I put 1, 2, and 3 over here, there's still 3 things in each direction. So that doesn't work. So this has to be a 5. So yeah, this actually has to be a 5. And so there have to be 5 numbers bigger than 5 in these. Which is going to put a lot of pressure on these cells. Because if I count in this column and this row, there are 4 total digits that are bigger than 5 in each direction. So that's 8 digits that are bigger than 5. So there have to be 3 digits that are bigger than 5 in these cells. One of them is a 7. The others are the 8 and the 9. So what we're saying is the 8 and the 9 in this box live in these cells. And so now these digits... they have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. And this one can't be 2 or 3 because it sees a 2, 3 in the column. And this one can't be 2 or 3 because it sees 2, 3 in the row. And now that's just phenomenal. Because now one of these is a 1, so it doesn't work. If this is a, whichever one it was that didn't have a 1. This doesn't work if this is a 3. So this only works if this is a 2. That is gorgeous geometry. I love that. That was chef's kiss, Niverio. Perfect. So I know one of these is a 1 now. Is the option that I have here. So now... This digit can't be a 3, so it actually is an 8 or a 9, because the 3 is going to be in one of these 2 cells. And the 3 is not actually there. So actually the 3, and Crispy sort of nudged me towards this. That's a 3, and this is an 8-9 pair. No, this is fabulous. This is exactly what I look for in these sorts of puzzles. So I know I've got a 1 down there. The 3 means that none of these are from 1 or 2. So 1 and 2 in this box live in these cells. And, well, that one's certainly not the 2. I don't think this one... Well, this one certainly can't be a 1, and it can't be a 2 either. Because in order for this to be a 2, I would need there to be, like, 4 1s along this diagonal, right? Actually, maybe it's... Is it possible, actually, this could be a 2 if these are both 1-2 pairs? That's horrible. That can't possibly be the case. How do I prove these aren't both 1-2 pairs? Because this can't possibly be 1 or 2 is the answer. So this digit is certainly bigger than 2. So this can't be 2 either. Okay. I was really expecting the pathological answer to actually turn out to be the case in one of these, but so far, none of the obviously incorrect pathological answers have turned out to be the case, because that cell is a third cell that's bigger than this one. Okay, so maybe I should actually contemplate what digits this can be, because it can't be 1, 2, or 3. It could be 4. It can't be 5 or 6. And spoiler, it can't be 7 either, because there aren't 7 cells. So this has to be a 4. So that means that up here, I need to see 4 numbers bigger than 4. Oh, but this is not a diagonal puzzle, so I don't know anything about this at all. So I should not worry about that terribly. Follower OJ. By the way, welcome, follower OJ. I'm not sure. I know I talked to you a lot on the CTC Discord. I'm not sure if I've seen you around stream a lot, but welcome. Glad to have you here. But follower OJ points out that, yeah, I probably should be able to do this Sudoku. But Sven has broken me, so I no longer am able to see these things without having them pointed out by things glowing in red. So now these 2 cells have become a 1-2 pair. That's probably resolved, and I'm not seeing it. So now these are a quad. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These aren't 9 or 7. So those are 5, 8. So these aren't 5, 8. Those are 7 and 9. I don't think I've resolved my 7, 9 yet. It's possible that I have, and I just don't see it, as is so often the case around here. This row doesn't have a whole lot of digits left to give. It's still got to have a 1 in it somewhere. We've got a 2 and a 3. We need a 4. We've got a 5 and a 6, and we need a 7, 8, and 9. No, we don't need an 8. There's a given 8. These 2 can't be 9, though. So those are from 1, 4, 7. Let's see. Apparently, I'm supposed to Sudoku 3 in box 9, according to Nicholas and Isabella. I should certainly Sudoku 3 in box 9, exactly as they say. So that's a 3. And now that's interesting because it immediately gets me a 1-2 pair, because the 3 already sees 3 things bigger than 3. It's not a 1-2 pair, it's a 1-2, 3 pencil mark, because 3 is not bigger than 3, as I have made that mistake many times. But these are 1, 2, 3. For sure. Yes, 3 itself... Stupid 3. I'm just kidding, 3. You're a perfectly fine digit. Let's see. I mean, I even made a whole puzzle about thruples, so clearly I like 3. Okay. Let's see. Not quite an oople yet. This digit's at most 7. Can it actually be 7? No, it certainly can't be 7, because that would require 7 digits bigger than 7. And that's going to be awfully difficult to squeeze in. So it's not 6 or 5. Could it be 4? Well, there are certainly 4 digits bigger than 4 that I could fit over here. 3 seems plausible, because these digits are already there. And maybe... No, 3 is not plausible, because then I'd need all of these digits to be from 1, 2, 3, and that's not enough. I can't make these 3 digits all from 1, 2, 3 with that being a 3. Or I could use Ambrose's proof, which is better than mine, which is that there's a 3 in the column, so it has to be a 4, and I don't have to think about it. That is the easier way to do it. So now that I know that that's a 4, now I know that if I put all the digits that are larger than 4 over here, that would be 5. So I need 1 digit that's larger than 4 to live over here. And so that digit's not a 5 or a 6, so it's a 7, 8, or a 9. Over here, hiding back there. Sure. It's 2, 7, 8, 9s in the row. This 7, 8, 9 really doesn't do as much as I had fantasized about. Let's see. I do know, actually, I never pencil marked. I can corner mark the 1s and 2s in this box. I just never did. And so I know this isn't 1 or a 2. I know that's not a 1. I know that's not a 2. I'm pretty sure I know this isn't a 1 or a 2. Yeah, it's definitely not a 2 or a 1. So I've got 1 down to 1 place in this box. No, 1 is in one of these two, and 2 is in one of these two. Okay, so I need to place one of these digits, and everything else will just sort of jigger itself. I suppose I probably should, as Chad is suggesting, looking at what this digit can be. So just by Sudoku and by the things I've done, it can't be a 1, 2, or a 3. Let's see. Could it be a 4? If it were 4, then I would need to hide way too many digits, right? If this were 4, there's 5 digits that are larger than it. I could hide 2 of them there. I'd have at least 3 there and at least 3 there. So I'd see at least 6. Can't be 4. Can't be 5. I think it can be 6. What about 7? 7 is too big because there are only 2 digits bigger than 7 it could possibly see. So that doesn't work. So this is a 6. Tragically, that's not going to help at all with my things, because I still have 2 places for 1 and 2 places for 2. Now, if I think about it, there are 3 digits bigger than 6, and so this needs to see all of them in both directions. So what we're saying is these cells are not bigger than 6. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they're not a 3 because there's a 3 in the box, and I can do lots of pencil mark cleanup. So this is not a 1 or a 2 or a 4. That one, in fact, is a 5. So these are not 5. And now I've got my 1, 2, 4 triple. So these are 7, 8, 9. These aren't 7, so that is 7. That 8, 9 pair looks at this cell that has been the cornerstone of the puzzle. We look at, let's see. Are there 4s looking at this that I have not seen? I have not. There's a 2 there looking up at that, which I saw before but didn't see this time. Okay, so I'm being told there's a Jovi wing in the puzzle somewhere, which is that the 1s here are pushed like that. So there's a 1 in one of these cells. I don't think I know which one yet. I know there's a 7 in one of these cells, and it's not that one. 8, 9 in row 3 is forced. Let's see. Row 2. Oh, yes, okay. This is a much simpler deduction than thinking about where the 8, 9 goes here. So Jovi recommends that I put an 8, 9 here and realize that this can't be an 8, so it has to be a 9. So that can only be a 9 and an 8 and a 9. Very sad. Oh, no, it's not quite as sad as I thought at first, because it at least gives me this 7 and that 9. So let's see. So this is not a 9 anymore. So it is a 7 or an 8. I'm sure that Sudoku'd something somewhere. So that Sudoku'd 9 out of that cell, at the very least. Also, I'm seeing now there can't be a 7 in that cell because of the fact that there's a 7 in the box. Fun fact. One of these two is a 7, and it's not that one because there's a 7 in the column, so this is a 7. Let's see. So we've got that. I think Jovi is debating in chat whether a Jovi wing is a wing or not. Let's see. Whose classic is on CTC today? Let's see. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh, I love a shy puzzle. This is an 8. Shy is an amazing setter. Let's see. That 8 looks up there and makes that a 9 and an 8. That not an 8. Okay, these two cells are, because of the 1, 4 pair, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are a 6, 7. I don't think I know what's going on with that. I do know that 7 is giving me a 9 there, as well as the 6, 7 pair is giving me a 9. So, there are lots of ways I could get that this digit's a 9. I could also just read Afraid Not telling me it's a 9, and that would also be, that's like a fourth way of learning that it's a 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are just from 1, 2, 3, 4, and I know absolutely nothing about them. Is that possibly true? That's apparently true. Oh, this 4, I should look at this 4. I was wondering if I've used all my clues, but I haven't quite used all my clues yet, because I need one more number bigger than 4 in this diagonal. But I don't think that tells me a whole lot yet. It probably will at some point tell me something. Let's see. See, 3 needs to go up here, 5 needs to go up here. It doesn't look great. Not one from pencil marks. Oh, right. I can't put 1s here because of my Jovi wing on 1s. Right. Okay. Got it. I at first was not sure what couldn't be 1, but the point is there's 1s corner marked here, so there certainly can't be 1s over here. There are 1s corner marked here because of the Jovi wing on 1s, but if I just believed my corner marks, I wouldn't have had to write that in. Uh-oh, anyone else having muffled audio? I don't think I'm dropping frames, at least according to sources close to the Zeta, but one never knows. I have all the 6s in the grid, right? No, I don't have all the 6s in the grid. How can I possibly not have all the 6s in the grid? Oh, it's because there's a 6 in one of these two cells, and I don't know which. Let's see. I feel like I should just be pencil marking the ever-living daylights out of this grid, and the puzzle will solve, but maybe I'm wrong. What can these be? It could be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Not 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. So these can be 1, 2, 3, or 4. Unfortunately, I don't think I have the slightest clue what any of these are. Puppy! These two, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, and 9. That one's not a 1, so it's a 2 or a 9. That one, who knows? This, Ambrose, I think, is the only clue left that's not guaranteed. But it could very well be that the reason why I'm stuck now is because I think that, and there actually is one more that's not guaranteed. But this one is definitely not guaranteed yet. But I don't see how to use it yet either. So I suspect I'm just supposed to be Sudokuing. But Sven has made me bad at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 5, 6, 8. Okay, so yeah, so one of these is a 6, but I already knew one of those was a 6, so that's not exciting. I might need to know. I might need to actually notice something, which is a terrifying thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 is what's here. That's not a 9. Let's see. Oh, 5 in box 5, says Doug. So 5 in box 5, 5 in box 5 goes on the 4 arrow, which finishes the 4 arrow. So One of these two is a 5. I don't know which one, but that means that one of these is a 5, and that means the other one can't be larger than 4. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 only. Which means when I go to ask where 9 is in this box, the 9 is in one of these two. That's very cool, by the way. I really like when you when you use a clue to perfectly handle the thing you know from Sudoku to leverage it into something useful. That's great. So this Jovi line here looks down and makes that a 2. So that's a 1. Let's see. So this is not a 2. These aren't 2. That's a 1, 3, 4 Jovi there down there. So that makes that a 2. So that looks up here and makes these not 2. This is a 1, 3, 9 Jovi. Let's see. So now, there's a 1, 3, 4 Jovi. Got it. So that's a 9. I'm sorry, Jovi, I'll stop. So we've got a 9 up here, somewhere. Yeah, it's in one of those two places. I already knew that. Never mind. Let's see. So let's see. 7 in box 5. Asks Crispy. So 7 in box 5 is horizontal. I think, actually, Judith, you'll find that makes more sense than the current nomenclature in Sudoku. It's very being John Malkovich. But I think it's a little bit more communicative. Or I guess like the Marklars, if we want to use a slightly more modern but still incredibly, incredibly dated reference. So these are 2 and 7, it looks like to me. So let's see. They're very close. Let's see. Okay, this row I can pencil mark, although it's a little dangerous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3, and 7. So the point is, I guess these are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 sextuple. And so these are an 8, 9 pair. Is the point. That's not a 2, so that we almost have the keystone of the whole puzzle done. This is a 3 or a 4 now, but it's not a 3, so actually it's a 4. So actually the keystone cell was a 3. These are let's see. These are 1, 2, 3. Oops. They aren't both 2. I will tell you that. They're not going to both be 2, I don't think. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. So now I've got almost my quintuple, but not quite. So I've got to pencil mark these. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's not an 8. Let's see. Oh, neither of them is a 5 either, if I look very carefully. So this is only 2 or 7. Oh, there's a 4 there. That's going to be very helpful. Looking Jovi right, yes. The 4 looks Jovi right, so that's a 1 and a 2, and a 7 and an 8. That's very helpful as a spot. These aren't 2, so they're a 3, 4 pair, which makes that not a 3. I think Jovi missed all of this, which might be the best for her. I'm not sure. This 3, 4 down here makes that a 1 and a 4. I did at some point ask her permission to make sure that she was okay with them being called Jovi wings. She may regret saying yes now. I'm not sure. These are not 4, but it is all love. I promise. All love. Let's see. So let's see. No way to know what that cell is, but I see that that cell's not a 7 anymore. So these are a 1, 2, 3, 5 quad, making that a 4, which makes that a 3 and a 4, which makes that a nun 3 and that a nun 3, which gives us an octajovi in box 3 has been declared. Yes, the pointing octajovy. Let's see, this is not a 4. This is a 1, 2, 3 triple, so that's a 5 and a 2 and a 1. So that's not a 1. That's a 9 and an 8 and a 9. That is not a 9. So this is a 1, 3 pair, which I thought was going to give me something, but it's only because I was lazy about omitting the 9 when I put that there that it looked like it was going to possibly do anything. It's not going to do anything. This isn't a 7 anymore. I haven't pencil marked these cells yet, so I probably should. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 8. This is not 1 or 8, so it's a 2. It's a 1. It's an 8. That 2 looks over and gives me a 7 and a 2. That 7 looks over and gives me a 6 and a 7. That 6 looks over and gives me a 5 and a 6. This 1 is looking at this cell, making it not a 1. Let's see. That 1 looks down, making that a 3 and a 1, making this a none 1 digit. That's a 2, 3 pair, so this isn't 2 or 3. There's a 1 in the box as well, so that's a 5. So now we have to scan for where the 2 is. There's the 2, so that's the 3 and the 2, and the 1 and the 3. And I believe we're ready to calculate that our bet cell is 7. Excellent, excellent. I loved that, Niverio. That was very fun. And I really enjoyed the deduction that these things had to be even. I found that very, very satisfying. And the 5 being placed on here was very cute. There were just a lot of cute steps in a quite approachable puzzle, I would say, but very enjoyable. Very nice puzzle. I should also mention, by the way, for those of you who are fans of intellectual reality TV, we have two big things going on in intellectual reality TV right now, which is that today The Mole comes out on Netflix, which I'm very excited about. And also, they have been doing a version of The Genius in the Netherlands, which I am very excited to check out as well. So if you're into those sorts of things, it is a great time to be a fan of that particular subgenre of reality TV. I know, right, Ambrose? I have been a fan of The Mole for so long. I am absolutely delighted by the fact that they brought it back. I'm also delighted that I get to talk about the Belgian Mole with Mr. Menace whenever it's going on, because he watches it as well. I'm happy that despite the complete disaster that the last season of the Belgian Mole was, I correctly guessed who the mole was. But anyway, I'm going to take a break, and I'll be back with more puzzles and perhaps more talk about how The Mole is the best U.S. reality TV show ever. So I will be right back. Alrighty, let's try this Country Road by Presanna, whose permission I recently got. I've been asking famous people for their permission to stream their puzzles lately. So Presanna gave their permission, as did Richard Stulk, actually. So there's another 2,000 puzzles I can add to the bucket. But I want to do this this Country Road puzzle. So we have to first learn what the rules of Country Road are, which is that we have to draw a non-intersecting loop which passes through the cells in the grid. And it needs to pass through each region in the grid exactly once. So I can't sort of dip into a region and then dip out and then dip back in. That won't work. And then a number in a region tells you how many cells in the region are in the loop. So in this region, it's telling you only one of these cells in this little itty bitty region down here, which I realized for some reason, can you see my cursor? Usually you can see my cursor, but I'm looking in the preview and I don't see it. But it's telling you that's how many of them are included. Well, hopefully you can see it when I'm in Penpa. Why would you suddenly not be able to see my cursor? I have no earthly idea. Anyway, I think that is, oh, that's right. And then the key rule is that orthogonally adjacent cells across a region border may not both be unused. So if this cell is not on the loop, this cell must be on the loop. Okay, so let's start with, what version was what mode was I in? That's not the mode I was in. Was it line? Oh no. What is the one that lets me do the Country Road things? I started in the right mode, and then I just reflexively changed to Sudoku so I could highlight stuff. Well, you can see my cursor now. No earthly idea why. OBS is weird. Okay. Let's see. Now you can. Yeah, I don't know. Composite mode. I bet composite mode is the correct answer. Thank you. So the first thing I see is, since I can only visit once and I have to visit 3 cells in this room. By the way, I have no idea how hard this puzzle is. So this may be a 5-minute puzzle, or this may be a 50-minute puzzle. We will find out. But fortunately, Glum Hippo has volunteered to help us through it. But both of these I see have to be in the loop. Because if these are not in the loop, then I can't get 3 cells in here. It won't work. The 1 cell region, I bet there's a lot of cells I can rule out. Like this absolutely can't be in the loop. Because I don't have 2 directions that I can go without putting more than 1 cell in the loop. And by symmetry, all of these are the same. And now that's actually very useful. I forget, can clues be in the loop? I really like Country Road, but I forget I assume clued cells can be in the loop. Like the 3 can be in the loop, I'm pretty sure. Oh, this one too. And so as soon as I just completely missed. Okay, so clues can definitely be in the loop, because otherwise the puzzle's broken. Because of the fact that I can't unuse cells on both sides of a border, these both have to be in the loop. These have to be in the loop. These have to be in the loop. Saying loop is fun. So now this cell is in the loop, and so this is always the thing you look for in a loop puzzle. This cell needs to connect to 2 things, and there's only 2 things it can connect to, so it does that. Likewise, that one. And same is true actually of that one as well. Oops. Oh, and actually that one as well. So as soon as a cell can only possibly connect to 2 things, then you could just draw the loop in through it. I can also say I know that these 2 are connected, because if they weren't, I would not get to 3 cells inside this region, and there need to be 3 cells in this region. Now, I do know the loop has to visit every region, so I know the loop needs to go into one of these 2, but I don't quite know what I could do with that yet. The 3 clue in the bottom right is now done. Oh! Great point. Judith points out there are 3 cells in this region, and I've used them all. I just did not see that. So this needs to get out. At which point, once it gets out, now the 1 cell is done. Because there's only 1 cell in the region. So now this is forced that way. And then it continues to be forced that way. So we've got that. This one's now forced up. Like that. I was about to... Oh, no, I think my thing is right. I don't think I can get to these cells. Because if my loop gets to these cells, because I can't enter a region and leave it again, this would have to connect to them over there. But if I connect to these, what happens is I break this region. I can't do that. Because I need to visit this region. And if I do that, it's become impossible to visit this region because I would have to go in and out through that, but now I've entered and left this region instead. So that's not possible. So all of these are not in anything. And now we get lots of circles because everywhere opposite the X's, I'm wrong? Why am I wrong? Oh. Because it can get through. I don't know why in my brain this wall was not there. Yes, I can put that. I can go through here is the problem. If I couldn't go through this wall, what I said was right. And in my brain, for reasons that I have absolutely no idea, I concluded that you could not do that. Anyway, I can auto circle everything that's next to an X across a border. Let's move right along. This has to go here because I need to again stay within the region and visit that cell. So this now goes there. Now that's actually very interesting because now this cell only can do that, and now I've got 3 cells in this region. I find country road puzzles very satisfying, by the way. So we now have all of those sort of fixed in. This now can only go up. This can only go left. This can only go left as well. This is in, so it has to do that. I've never tried to set one. It does sound like a nightmare, as you say. Okay, and so now this just has to go straight across because otherwise I would have to enter and leave the region. I think this time I'm right that I would have to enter and leave the region in order to make that happen, but who knows? Chat will tell me if I'm wrong. Let's see. I did do the Fistamafel had an April Fool's hybrid country road, and I forget what the other thing was that was beautiful and ridiculous in the same time, all at the same time. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Now I get a circle here because I have an X, and a circle here, and a circle here, and a circle here. So this has to be visited, so it can only be visited from there. And I can't close the link, or can't close the loop, which would happen if this went up, so it has to go that way. This now is already in this region, and so it's got to do all of its visiting cells in that region now. So all of those get thingied. Let's see. Okay, I think the answer is that this is a not very hard country road, is my conclusion. Let's see. I know I did. I think it was one by Steph I did that just broke my brain at some point. Okay. Good point. Okay. I mean, it might get harder. It's very possible. I'm not at all claiming I've done the puzzle, but I no longer think that we're very likely to spend more than an hour on it. That is all I mean by the fact that, like, when I started it, I did not know if I was going to spend more than an hour on it. But the point is, this 2-cell region has to get visited, as Dog points out, and it only has two different places it can come from. So it has to come in and out through here. So it always takes this cell, which means that it needs to connect through here. This is done. That's the third one. And so now it's got to get out. This has got to be visited because it is opposite the 3. I screwed this up. One moment. What did I screw up? I really believe this has to be in here. Oh, it can connect down. Got it. Okay. So these do have to connect. That part's true. But for whatever reason, this still isn't in. That part's true. This is definitely in. That part's true. But this can't go up, as I just saw, because if this goes up, now this is toast. So this has to go down. There we go. I missed that it could do that. But it can. Let's see. Okay, so this being a 1 is very interesting. Okay, so we've got this over here. I'm either coming up here or I'm going right and then coming up here. So either way, this loop always goes down. It's not a huge deduction, but I think it's technically true. Oh, this loop can't go left into the 1, right? I think I'm right this time. Every time I've said this before, I've been wrong, but I think I'm right. I don't think this can go here. Because if this goes here, it has to leave, and the only places it can leave to are in a region it's already visited. So I think this is not actually possible for this to go this way. So that goes there, which now forces that to go there. Still can't go down and take this 1. Because if I take this 1... in fact, I just can't take this 1 at all, because the 1 only connects to one region, and it would have to enter and leave it. So that's just... I can just exit. I don't have to think about it at all anymore. That's going to come over there. As soon as this is x'd, remember this is O'd, so I have to go here to make that work. So I've got that. Trying to figure out how I'm going to ever figure out what's going on down here. I genuinely do not know how I'm going to figure out what's going on in this little corner here. It's like, how am I going to disambiguate between that and that? Oh, okay. By uniqueness, this has to be not in. Because if this was in, then I could do either of those. I think that's what's happening. I'm not going to use uniqueness, but I think that's how it's got to be resolved. Let's see. Column 12 in box 1. I can't count to 12 realistically in one of these to look up what cell that is. Let's see. Something in row 6. I can count to 6. Let's see. Okay, so I think this is the cell that Garion is talking about. This can't be loop. Yes, if this was loop, then the L here would have to connect over like that to it. But now I've isolated this end. So this is never loop, which means these are loop. And now this is a piece of loop that only has 2 things it can connect to. And so it's got to connect to there. It's got to connect to there. Got it. Beautiful. This can't go over. If this goes that way, I've now shoved 3 loop ends into a tiny area, and I can only connect 2 of them. I can't connect 3 of them. I can't have an odd number of loop ends in an isolated area. So this does not go that direction. So it has to go that direction. It's the only direction it can go. Now we know that these are all not part of a thing. So that is part of the thing. And so if it is, that's going to do that part. This needs to get out because, again, the 1 is done. This needs to go this way because it's the only way it can go. Let's see. But yes, if you're excited by pencil puzzles, do note there is a setting challenge out to set pencil puzzles. So if you've never set a country road before and you're excited to do it, now is your perfect opportunity to set a country road. let's see. Hey, Directionary. Let's see. Can't row 3, column 11 be part of the loop? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Not once this is part of the loop, because there's only one cell in this whole thing, is the thing. Ooh, where are you on vacation, if you don't mind me asking? Or what are you doing on your vacation? Or tell me to mind my own business. That's an option too. But I like vacations. Let's see. Row 3, column 10. Ooh, Salem witch stuff. Just in time for Halloween, I suppose. 3, 6, 9, 10. Yes. I was going to try to owe that for a very complicated reason, but it can be owed for a very simple reason. Thank you for pointing that out, Mario, because it's opposite in X is the point. I think I went to Salem once, I think. It's a very popular place, apparently. Okay. So I have to be careful. I can't... Oh, no, I could connect these. I could just connect these straight across if I wanted. I mean, I think there's a reason why I can't, but... let's see. What is the least painful thing for me to think about? Okay, so now this can be X'd. Because if this were an O, I would need to draw... Oh, no, there is a way. Never mind. Sorry, I was going to say something wrong. You could do that sort of pentomino thing. Couldn't I connect across like that, Dog? That's the kind of thing I'm trying to avoid, but that might break for some clear reason. I at first thought it was going to close the loop, but it doesn't close the loop. Let's see. I know the one I'm connecting straight across. So one of these I'm just connecting straight across. Wherever this is going to sort of zoom over into this area, it's going to connect straight across. I don't know what I can quite do with that as of yet. But it's true. If you look on the Patreon, there's a full text description, Rocky, but the short version is 2 or 3 star pencil puzzle in a genre you've never set a pencil puzzle in before. So if you've never set a pencil puzzle before, then you can do whatever you want. Did I say... Oh, I meant the Discord. Sorry, I meant the Discord. Okay, what am I missing here? I feel like I can look at this and see that certain things aren't going to work, but I can't quite see it. Okay, so let's look at row 2, column 2. Must be loop. If it's not loop, it forces 2 loops in the 1 region? Right. Okay, yes, okay. That's gorgeous and very cool, and I don't think I would have ever thought of it. If this is an X, then by the rules, both of those become loop, which does not work. So this has to be loop. And the same is true of every place that touches the 1 region in 2 places. Because as soon as this is an X, it would automatically dump 2 things into the 1 region, which are not allowed. So we've got that. Row 5, column 2. Ah, yes, this one as well. That is also loop. I missed this one. Okay. Yeah, there's going to be lots of loop along here. I guess that's a good point from 57, because everything that's not the 1 is X. So we're going to have loop almost everywhere along here. It's very interesting how that's going to have to work. Yes, that's true. That's a good way to put it. Kurobon has a nice, elegant way to say this, which is that I actually know there has to be loop in all of these cells. Because if there was not, because I know either there's an X, or wherever there's not an X, we know it cuts straight across. So we actually know all of these are loop on both sides. And that actually finishes the 3 out of nowhere. That's amazing. This gorgeous setting. Not to be that anyone is shocked by a Presanna puzzle being gorgeous. This is good. Now we know where the straight across is, actually. And so all of these are no-goes. So now this cell now has to connect up. This now can't go right, because if it goes right, now I have to connect the 2 pieces that are in the region already, but then I've made a mini loop, and I'm not allowed to make a mini loop, so this has to go up. And in fact, actually, that's going to keep being true, because again, if I go right, I now have to close it, and so actually this is forced all the way up. And so now these are both X'd, so this is O'd. This cell now only has one way to make it work. This cell only has one way to make it work. And we X both of these, and I think we have that part of the region all worked out. We can O these things that are next to this X. This O now. This O is now forced, so it has to do that, which X's the rest of the 1 region, which I can O everything that is next to it. Interesting. This now only works one way, because I need to hit every cell in this region while staying in the region. So this can't be where I leave the region, because I know I'm leaving the region through this cell. I have no choice but to leave the region through that. So this has to look like that exactly, which now forces this to carry down at least that far. So I've got all of that. This 1 I now know goes up here, because it's... Oh, no, I don't know that, sorry. Oh, no, I do know that, because this is an O, because it's... No, I don't... Oh, this is an O, because it's next to the 3, and so I do that. That was not my best moment. If this goes left, I can't get both of these while being in the region, so it has to go there, which then forces it to go there and there and there and there. If I go down, I can't get both of these, so I have to go there. And now I'm forced to go down. And now I either leave or I pick up the last cell. Well, I better pick up the last cell. So now this is not ever visiting. So that's loop. So we get that. Like that. Now given to us. So we've got another little like corner of the loop in pretty good shape. Oh yeah, if this goes right, I have a huge problem. Because if this goes right, now I have to connect these 2, and now I've cut off this end. That's not going to work. So this has to go down. Because this I know, actually, if I track it this way, this end is always going to connect there, because it doesn't have a choice but to enter this little triangular region. So now this can't go down, because it would be entering this L-shaped region again, so it has to go that way. So we've got that whole shebang done. Let's see. Right. This has to get through here and get to all of these. Are there any ways that that this works? There might be ways this works. An X in the last region. Oh, right. This region's done. Got it. Okay, sorry. 57 Thorns pointed it out. Right. This region's done because I've already entered and left it. And as soon as I've entered and left it, it's done. Which forces all of these to be in. Which now certainly forces that this has to look like that. There's no way I'm getting to that cell. These are all O's. Let's see. Okay. I suppose, yeah. I think originally I wasn't intending to put an X everywhere, only places that were relevant, but then I think I started to sort of systematically put X's everywhere that weren't included, and I didn't have that one, so we can go ahead and do that just for completeness sake. Okay, so these are in, so therefore this has to zip all the way over there at least, because otherwise it's not going to get them. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay, so this cell is in, but it can't connect to both pieces of the one, so it always connects there. And then from there, it needs to go there. One of these two, though, does connect through the one, and so these are both X's. So that's in, and that's in, and that's in. If it goes there, it just doesn't work. If this comes down, I've got a loop that's 4 cells long. And this isn't a Fistamifel puzzle, so we're not going to have that. So it's going to go through there and cut out like that, which is going to force this down like that. This can't leave yet because it's still got stuff to pick up. So it's going to go there. If this goes down, it's going to go over, and I'm not going to be able to finish this. So in fact, this is going to have to go here, which is then going to force it here. This is going to be an X. This is going to go over and over. Hey, Russ. We did a puzzle you voted for earlier. If you want to go back and watch the VOD, we did the Niverio counts the points at bigger puzzle, whatever you want to call it. Let's see. So we've got lots of. Oh yeah, okay. Again, Crispy points out. If I go up here, I'm now obligated to finish the loop in this region. I can't do that, so I've got to go over. So now this only has 2 places it can connect, which are there and there. So this is in the loop. But now this L, I need to include that in the loop. So all of this suddenly goes in automatically. Fascinatingly. This now only can escape its region. It can't go in here. That would put a 3rd thing in there. So this needs to go over here. Oh, are we missing an X here? Seems like we are. So now there's all kinds of places I can't visit. Because if I go in this alley, it's a dead end. So I can't go in the dead end alley. So this is going to have to go down. Which is going to then come across here and across here. And now the question is, because this is an X. That's the answer. I missed this X, because that X forces me to visit this cell, which is going to tell me I have to do that. Sweet. I liked that a great deal. Was a very cool and fun thing. Yeah, and I just love country road puzzles. They're very cool. I'd like to do more of them. Well, maybe more people will make more of them for me for the thing. But that was very cool. Oh, I missed an X, I'm being told. Where am I missing an X? There's an X over here I'm missing. There we go. Yeah, that was quite lovely. I enjoyed that quite a bit. I'm going to take a real quick break, and then I'll be back with more puzzles. So fear not, there are more puzzles to come. Alrighty, and we're back with an SSG puzzle. So this is an arrow quadruple puzzle. I really enjoy quadruple puzzles. I feel like quadruples are not used super often, and admittedly, I'm part of the problem because I've only put like 3 quadruples total in all of my puzzles. Not 3 puzzles with quadruples. There are 3 quadruples and 2 truths and a lie, so only 2 of them are even true. So I should probably put more quadruples in puzzles, but I love the logic that you get with quadruples. So what does a quadruple mean? It means that all of the digits in the circle appear at least once in the surrounding cells. So in this case, the quadruple has 4 digits in it, and there's 4 cells around it. So it's saying that these are a 2, 3, 4, 6 quadruple is what this is saying. Hence the name quadruples, I suppose. I literally never made that connection before. And these are arrows, which tell you the digit in the circle has to be the sum of the digits along the arrow. And that's the whole puzzle. So I guess we can fill in some quadruples. I guess we got a lot of quadruples we can fill in. 1, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, we need a betting tree. I wonder where the betting tree goes. Kodak said that he had done the puzzle. Do you have any idea? Is row 5, column 5 a good betting tree? It feels like there probably is a row 5, column 5 is the betting tree, or row 5, column 5 is the first digit I'm going to get. One of those is probably true. Maybe I should pick that cell. That cell seems unlikely to be filled in immediately. So there are a few tricks with betting or with quadruples, which is that when you have aligned quadruples, which almost no one gives you aligned quadruples anymore, but if a setter is kind enough to give you aligned quadruples like this, they set up Jovi wings for you. And so, for example, there's a 1 in here and a 1 in here, and so those force there to be a 1 in these cells. And there's also a 4, so there's also a 4 in those cells. And so you can do the same thing by looking at the commonality over here. So we've got 3s and 4s, so there's a 3 and a 4 in there. We've got 2s and 3s, so there's a 2 and a 3 up there. And we've got 1s and 2s living over there. Okay. So one thing I notice is that the fact that 1 and 2 are not on this arrow means that this digit here is at least a 7. So this is a 7, 8, or a 9. I get something almost here where this one's at least a 5, but it's not super exciting if I'm honest. But we've got more things going on, I'm sure. Probably, maybe, possibly. Let's see. So this 8 quad, let's see. Am I supposed to like highlight all the 8 quads or something like that? That's often a good idea. But I don't think I see it here. Is there a 5, 7, 8, 9 quad I'm not seeing? Oh, you just mean this one can't be 6. Right, this can't be 6. Okay, so, sorry, yep. This one can't be 6 because it can't be 1, 5, or 2, 4. Which, if you learn nothing from watching Zeta's stream, you will learn that 6 and 2 can only be 1, 5, or 2, 4. So if you rule out a 1 and a 4, then it doesn't work. Let's see. So this is a really weird place for there to be an 8 1. The 4 1 is now saying there's a 4 in one of these cells. Am I supposed to see that if there's a 4 down here that it breaks this arrow somehow? This would have to be 3, 5 or 3, 6. Both of those, at least on the face of it, seem possible. I have these bizarre quintuples floating around here. I guess maybe I should look at if one of these 3 cells is a 2, then that's automatically a 2. Is that interesting? let's see. Yeah, probably the question is, I think Garion might be right. That the question is, what can I say about the digits on these arrows? Because those are also going to need to overlap. So I always need a 1, 2, 3, 4 on an arrow. Because if I don't have a 1, 2, 3, 4 in the arrow, then my arrow is going to add to at least 11, and 11 is too many for an arrow. Crispy is using empty rectangles, which is what the grid makes me think of, but also this was listed as a 2-star puzzle, so I'm guessing that's not the intended thing for me to look at. But it is absolutely what my brain looks at when I see this shape showing up over and over and over again. So there has to be a 2 or a 3 on this arrow. And I guess that's either going to be a 2 down here or a 3 down here. Well, we're doing empty rectangles. Okay, so here's the point. I don't know if this is the intended thing, but it's cool, so we're going to do it. I have to put 4 7s, 4 8s, and 4 9s into yellow. But I can't actually do that if I put, say, an 8 here. For a reason that is at first a little complicated, but that you get used to seeing when it's these cells exactly, which is that if I put an 8 here, because I have to put 4 8s into yellow, I have to put an 8 there, and I have to put an 8 there. But now, actually, I can't put an 8 in this box at all. And the mathier way to think about that is to say that if I look at these cells, the yellow cells are covered by these 2 rows and these 2 columns. And so, therefore, each row needs to contribute an 8, and each column needs to contribute an 8. And so, if, for example, I put the 8 here, I'm now having the 2 row and column together only contribute 1 8, and that's not enough 8s. So I can't actually put a 7, 8, 9 in any of these cells, is the punchline of all of this story. So those are not 7, 8, 9. And so these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And probably I can do better than that. So, for example, this one is not a 1, 2, 3, or 5. This is not going to be 2, 3, 4, or 6. I thought we were going to get an XY ring, but we're not going to get an XY ring. It's 1, 3, 4, 5. And this is not 1, 2, 4, or 6. Well, that's a really bizarre collection of digits to have hanging out in the corners. Okay, why is it that collection of digits? What am I supposed to see? Because this is the fact that these are all bi-value cells suggests strongly to me. Is this really a 2-star puzzle? The fact that these are all bi-value cells suggests to me that I'm looking for a classic Sudoku thing. Again, we could be on a wild goose chase, and the empty rectangle thing could not be the at all intended thing. But the fact that this is setting up, it's 3 stars in LMD. Okay, 3 stars is perfect for this sort of thing. I maybe excessively let the number of stars in the puzzle guide what I'm willing to look for in the puzzle. Probably not the best possible habit. So here's another consequence of the fact that the 7, 8, 9 in this row have to be in these cells, is that these cells can never be 7, 8, 9. And these cells can never be 7, 8, 9. These cells can never be 7, 8, 9, and so on. So the 7, 8, 9 in here are hanging out in these 6 cells, which is itself very interesting. So we have that. let's see. Okay, so the question... I guess the question is just about 9s. Where does the 9 go in this box? Okay, I get Garian's point now. Where does 9 go in this box? Well, it goes in one of these cells for sure, because if I put a 9 on this arrow, it's going to sum to at least 10. So the 9 goes in one of those cells. And again, the reason is because if I put a 9 in one of these 3 cells, I've ruled 9 out of too many places to fit the 4 9s I need to in the border. And so that rules 9 in this box out of all of those cells because we have a Jovi wing on 9s. But we have a Jovi wing on 9s the other way too. And so that rules 9 actually out of all 8 of these cells. And so we actually get a 9 in the middle. And we get to bring out Zach to do his 9 dance. Woo! Woohoo! Woohoo! Woo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. A wonderful 9 dance, as always. So now the question is, where does 9 go on this quadruple? And the answer is 9 on this quadruple must go here because it can't go in the box with a 9 and can't go on an arrow. And so that's going to, we have the Svenning back. The Svenning, I missed you, Svenning. So now those aren't 9 anymore. So now this can only be 7 or 8. So now there needs to be a 3 on this arrow. Because if I don't put a 3 on it, now I get to a number that's too big because I can't put a 1 or a 2. So these include a 3 and must be from 3, 4, 5. So this is not a 3 at the very least. There's probably another quadruple that I should now eyeball suspiciously. I don't see it yet. Let's see. People are seeing a thing I'm not seeing about 8s on arrows. Okay, so here's the point. Those cells we just talked about, what if 8 was in those in each of those boxes? Well, if 8 was in the green cells in each of these boxes, then I would need to put an 8 on top of the 9. But that can't be the case. So 8 actually is not in the green cells in one of the boxes. So in one of the boxes, the arrow has an 8 on it. So one of these arrows, and it's not that one, there's an 8 on the arrow. So it's not that one, and it's not that one. It can't be this one because I summed to at least 9. So it is actually true in this box and this box that the 8 actually is in the green region. So the 8 in the central box is in one of these 2 cells. And now the question is, which of these arrows can have an 8 on it? And the answer is it can't be this one because there's a 1 down here already. And so this can't be a 1, 8, 9 arrow. So this has to be the 1, 8, 9 arrow. This is a gorgeous puzzle. This is lovely. Okay, and so once that's a 1, 8, 9 arrow, then as well... I guess I don't have to say once it's a 1, 8, 9 arrow, then that's a 9. I mean, maybe. This is a 1, 8. So this isn't a 1. Wonderful. Not at all what I thought I was signing up for when I clicked the puzzle, but amazing. So we've got all of that. So if this was a 9, I guess we could think about what it would be. It would have to be 2, 7 or 3, 6. So now I guess we get to do the same thing with 7s. So the 7s here, if I only put 7s in green, wow, this is amazing. Has Simon done this one yet? Simon should do this puzzle if Simon hasn't done this puzzle yet. 7s in green. If I put only 7s in green in these boxes, then I'd have to put a 7 on top of the 9. So I have to put a 7 on an arrow. And the question is, whereabouts am I going to put a 7 in an arrow? It's not going to be one of those. So one of these arrows is going to have a 7 on it. This one could be 7-2 adding to 9. It can't be 7-1. And this one could be 7-1 adding to 8. I guess maybe we don't exactly know which one is the 7 yet. I do know that this 9 isn't a 7 because it sees both of them. Let's see. But that's very cool. Okay, 8s. The point is to look at this. The 8 on this quad is actually placed here because I have my Jovi wing on 8s here, claiming the 8 for this. And this can't be an 8 because then I would need to make this an 8-1 arrow, but there's an 8-1 arrow looking at it. So that's an 8. And now that I know that that's an 8, I get this 8 and I get the 7. Because now I cannot put a 7 on this arrow. So I must put the 7 on this arrow. This becomes a 1-7 arrow, adding to 8. So these are not 8s. These aren't 8s. So we've got that. Isabella has asked why, but I'm not sure. Wait, why what? Oh, you're completely right. Never mind. Oh, sorry. My 8 was right. Somehow I was convinced it had to be a 1-7 arrow. It doesn't have to be a 1-7 arrow. It could be a 2-7 arrow, adding to 9. So my logic here was not correct, because this could still be a 2-7 arrow adding to 9. I do still get that 8, though. Okay, good point. Hey, Memerister, how are you? Oh, that's right. I didn't even announce this earlier. I should have. I was too busy talking about how we don't have heat. But Memerister is interviewing me tomorrow, so I really encourage you to stop by and watch the zetamath and Zach interview. I've seen the questions that people have been asking, and I'm excited to answer a lot of them. So I look forward to it, and I think it'll be a lot of fun, so I encourage you to stop by. Also, I strongly encourage Memerister to do this puzzle, because this puzzle is amazing. Let's see. 7 quad. Oh, yes, there's a 7 quad. That's probably a good thing to look at. So I know that the 7 in the 7 quad is not in this cell because of the 7s in green here. So the 7 in the 7... Oh, the 7 and 7 quad is just placed here, right? Where else could the 7 and the 7 quad go? Oh, no, right. No, never mind, because this could be a 7. Sorry. This is the whole thing where this could be a 7-2-9 arrow. Okay. Isabella has a point. I'm trying to... 8 in the other quadruple. Oh, there's an 8 quadruple down here. Ah, got it. Okay. Whereas 8 in this 8 quadruple is Isabella's point. 8 in this quadruple is here, which makes that a 7, which I'm sure does something. It does make this a 3-4, which makes that not a 4, which makes this a 3-4 pair. Lets us place the 8 in box 9. Now this 7 quad, right, this 7 quad now does have a 7 here, which means there is a 7 on this arrow. So counter to the thing I repeatedly tried to do, this is a 2-7-9 arrow. So we've got that. So that's not a 2. That's our 3-4 pair. Yeah, what's going on with this arrow? This needs to sum to at least 5, but it can't have a 3 or a 4 on it. That's the question. Where is 7 in this box? And the answer is 7 in this box is on this arrow. So there is actually a 7 in both. is the point. One of these had to be a 7, but actually both of them have a 7, because now I need to put a 7 in this box. I have no choice but to put it on this arrow, which is going to force this to be an 8 arrow with a 1, 7. So none of that. So now that places the 8 over here. So now this isn't a 1. Now this is a pair out of nowhere. These are a 2, 5. Oops, 2, 5. So that's going to knock the 5 out of this and the 2 out of that. So that's going to give me a 1, 3, 4, 6 quad in the column, which means this can't be a 1. So that's the 7 and the 1. These aren't 1. Wait. Does this cell not exist anymore? I'm confused. Sorry. Somehow in my brain, that cell didn't exist. Which sadly is going to ruin all of that beautiful stuff, I think. Because these are from 2, 5, 6, actually, if I count correctly. Tragically. Yeah, it wasn't colored, so it's not a real cell. Is how it works. But it's still true that I get a sextuple of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the before it was a quintuple, now it's a sextuple. So we still know that that's not a 1, so it's still a 7 and a 1. Which is going to mean that's not a 1. Yes, I understand the problem of lists only getting longer. The problem is that that definitely happens. So now I've got an 8, 9 pair in the column, and I know the order. So that's a 9 and an 8. This sadly isn't quite a quintuple or sextuple or whatever it is I want to have. Close, but not quite. So let's have a look. So this 3 quad looks very plausible. This 2 quad looks quite plausible. This 4 quad is fixed. A bedding ice flow. There's a small chance that there might be a bedding ice flow going through the house by the end of next week, depending on how long it takes them to replace our boiler. So Mario is completely correct. The only place that can be 4 on this quadruple is there, which is going to, and I would say unwind the XY ring, except for some reason it wasn't an XY ring. So that's a 4. So those aren't 4. That's still not quite anything. That seems to not be 6 now, so that's 2 or 5. So one of these 2 is 6. So these are 7, 8, and 9, as Emily points out. And so that's the 8, actually. And now that's not the 7, so that's the 7, and that's the 9. And so that's the 1 and the 8. Thank you, Emily. Welcome, Emily, by the way. Yeah, Zach is really loving the boiler being out, and is like, can we just have it this way all the time? What did I do? Russ says I did something wrong. Typo in box 2. Box 2. Pfft. Okay. Yes, thank you. I didn't do anything with it, right? I don't think I did anything with it. If so, we will have a disaster and we'll have to do the puzzle over again, which would not be the end of the world. I am sincerely impressed with this puzzle. Let's see. Okay, so now where are the 7 and 9 in this box? The 7 and 9 in this box are now here. And now where are the 7 and 9 in this box? They're here. Where are the 7 and 9 in this box? They're here. And so we've got all of those. Oh, did I remove 5 from here and there needs to be a 5 in there? That's very possible. So we've got all of that. Okay, so now these cells are... Okay, that's right, because this cell now is a 1 or a 5, because it's the other one. Right, all of these are pairs now, because that's going to be 1 or 5. This is going to be 2 or 6. This is going to be 3 or 5. Except I know this isn't a 1, because Sven told me. So that's a 5 and a 1. That 5 is going to bounce down here like that. These are going to be not 3 or 4. So these are 2, 6. So these are not 2, 6. So that's a 3 and a 4. These aren't 3 or 4. They're 1 or 5. That has become a 2 and a 7, if I look closely. These aren't 2. These aren't 3. Let's see. I'm sure that does more if I squint. Yes. That cell has become a 6 and a 2. Those are not 6. These are not 1 or 4. That 1-4 pair looks over here and makes that a 5 and a 1 and a 3 and a 4, if I put the 4 in the right place. These aren't 5, so I was wrong about this being a 2-5 pair. So that makes that a 2 and a 6. Let's see, there we go. Alessandro, I have failed or not solved, I think, 2 total puzzles. There was one, like, full grid coloring toroidal puzzle, and there was one 6x6 little killer puzzle that I sort of noped out of. But surprisingly, actually, almost all of the time between me and chat, we're able to get it done. Every once in a while, one comes up, but in almost 100 streams, to only have, I think, 2 that I have started and not finished, I'm pretty happy with that rate. I would have expected it to be a lot higher, if I'm being completely honest. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are 3, 5, but I don't think I know the order yet. These are... well, they're not a... Okay, so I should fill in this triple, is the point. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those aren't 6, so that one is 6. And that 1-5 pair, and this is what Martin was trying to get me to see, is the 1-5 pair here forces 3 here. So that's 3, 5. That's 2, 6. These are not 2 anymore. These are not 5 anymore. Got all kinds of stuff happening over here. So we certainly can't fill in this triple. So that's a 2 and a... I wasn't trying to do the circles. That's a 2 and a 6. That's unexpected. Let's see. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So these are from 1, 3, 4, 5. So let's see. So this quad is happy. This quad is happy. This quad's not happy, actually. This quad's not happy because it can't put a 6 in either of those. So therefore, this has to be a 6, making that a 2 and a 6. This quad needs a 2 on it, and the 2 can only go there. Because the 2 in the box is in the top row. So that's not a 2. Okay. This has become a 1, which is going to unravel this business quite efficiently. This is a pair of a something and a something. 2, 3, 4, 5. Russ referencing one of my absolute favorite Celebrity Jeopardy moments. For 5, 7. It's generous to describe my stream as me solving the puzzles. Sometimes on stream I solve the puzzles, but I would say a significant amount of time that it's more that chat solves the puzzles and I sort of mediate like in a seance or something. It's a 4 there now. That is not a 3. Let's see. Let's see. I am like a Sudoku whisperer or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 go in these cells. And admittedly, I only did that because I'm lazy and want Sven to help me. So we get those things like that. But there's a 4-5 pair in the box that we all knew about and will not claim that was gotten completely made up. That 1, 3 there makes that a 2. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Now there must be one of these quadruples that's doing something. Please don't make me look at this box. I'll be very sad if I have to look at this box. Yes, there we go. This 3 quad is doing it. So that's going to be the 3 and the 4 and the 1 and the 3 and the 5 and the 4 and the 1 and the 5. Whew. We made it. We made it. Okay, so this column is a 1. This column is a 6. And this column, we need a 4. So the betting tree was a 4. So congratulations from Zach and I to all of you who bet 4, including Isabella. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That was phenomenal. I think it's often very difficult to put classic Sudoku technique stuff like this into a variant, but when you do, it can be really sweet. And I think this is one of the very best puzzles I've seen at doing that. I feel like probably I would rate this 4 stars for difficulty, because I think 10 out of 10 A+ for beauty, to be clear, but I think very few sort of like intermediate solvers are going to see the thing you have to see here, but it's so beautifully set up. I guess 3 stars on LMD just is average for LMD, so who knows, the ever pervasive difficulty discussion. But yeah, this is just great. Yeah, SSG has been on fire lately with puzzles of theirs I've been doing like that. The one in the CTC app, if you've not downloaded the CTC app and done their like 500th anniversary puzzles that Tall Cat and I did on stream, you should download it just so that you can do. I mean, there's so many great ones in there, but SSG's in there really stood out to me as being impressive setting. All right, I'm going to take a very quick break, and then I will be back with more puzzles. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, welcome back. I am intrigued to know that SSG's version of solving the puzzle uses set, which is, I guess, like not so different from the sort of empty rectangle philosophy that we use to do it. very interesting. It just it surprises me anytime a puzzle like that solves in a way that feels like it can't possibly have been intended to be solved any other way than the exact way that we solved it. But indeed, apparently there are other ways to solve it. All right. So this is a yin-yang puzzle with by agent. So let's talk about the rules here. So first of all, we have yin-yang rules, which requires shading and unshading some cells. So we're going to use yellow and purple as our colors. And so every cell is going to be yellow or purple at the end of the puzzle. Actually, maybe I don't want to do yellow and purple. Maybe I want to do yellow and gray. I think I want to do yellow and gray. No, we're going to do yellow and purple. Yellow and purple's fine. Purple's shaded, yellow's unshaded. It'll look good that way. So when we color all of the things in the grid, we're going to have to make sure that we obey the yin-yang rules. So all of the yellow cells have to connect. All of the purple cells have to connect. And I can't put any 2x2s into the grid of the same color. So I can't make these both purple, for example. That would be a 2x2. That does not work. Agent has made so many yin-yangs. I'm impressed everyone knows that they have solved this agent yin-yang. Russ says no Battenbergs, it is a consequence of those rules. So there's a couple consequences of those rules that I should mention. So Russ alludes to one of them, which is that there are no Battenbergs, as they describe, which is I can never put this pattern in a yin-yang puzzle. And the reason is because I would have to connect the yellow to the yellow, but then I would also have to connect the purple to the purple. And unless you have cells that are allowed to be both, which I suppose I did in a yin-yang-ish puzzle a while ago, you immediately run into problems. So no checkerboards, although it's not immediately obvious. The other thing that's not obvious until it's not even obvious once someone explains it to you, but the other trick is, sorry, that was meant to be yellow, is that I cannot do anything resembling this. Okay, and so the thing I'm saying you can't do is you can't have multiple transitions between yellow and purple in the border. And the reason why you can't have multiple transitions between yellow and purple in the border is because, again, this is a global connectivity constraint thing is what's going on. I'd have to connect the yellow to the yellow, but in so doing, when I connect the yellow to the yellow, I'm also going to have to connect the purple to the purple. And again, they're going to crisscross, and it's not going to work. So in a border to a yin-yang puzzle, there are only two possibilities. One of which is that the grid itself is monocolored. The border is monocolored. That's possible. Nothing wrong with that. Or the other thing that's possible is that there's exactly two transition points where part of the border is all purple and part of it is all yellow. All right. So that is the yin-yang rules. People are trying to tell me about deductions from parts of the rules I haven't even read once yet. So something about the 5 cage, but I haven't even read the part about the cages yet. Because I have yet to know what the connection is between the killer cages and yin-yang. Okay, so the sum of the digits in the killer cages is the total, and I can't repeat digits, just like regular yin-yang. But here's the bonus. In cages, all shaded cells must contain even digits, and all unshaded cells must contain odd digits. So I guess we should use blue and orange, actually. After all of that lead up about yellow and purple, we need to use blue and orange because it's blue for even and orange for odd, right? Actually, maybe I think I do still need to use yellow and purple because I don't know yet. But the point of people in chat is I absolutely know that this 5 cage doesn't have 2 digits of the same parity. So my yellow and my purple start here like this. And yeah, only in killers. The even and odd digits outside of killers don't have to obey that. But I also know I need to have 2, 3, Oh, no, I could have... Wait, do the odd digits add to 27? I don't think they do. Could this all be odd digits is the question. If this was all odd digits, it would add to 1 plus 3 plus 5, which is 9, plus 7, which is 16, plus 9, which is 25, and 27 is a different number than 25. So there must be an even digit in this cage. And so that means there's also a breaking point between here. So I actually can continue the purple all the way over to there, and I can continue the yellow all the way over to there. Whoop. And then somewhere in here there's a transition, but who knows? But now I have to play my avoid a 2x2 game, because this can't be yellow, or I would have a 2x2. Fun fact, 22 is not 20 either, because 22, if I made all of these cells even, then the sum of it would be 20, because I know the sum of the even digits is 20. And arguably, if I know the sum of the even digits is 20, I should know the sum of the odd digits is 25, but what can I say? I didn't. So that has to be purple, is the whole thing. This has to be yellow just so that I avoid a 2x2. So we've got that going on. I'm going to look at the ways to make 22 and see if it's possible. Oh, I actually know which is odd and even, right? What's wrong? I know which is odd and even just from this box, right? I made an arrow with row 2, column 3. So my point here is if this is yellow, then these are either all even or all odd. Oh, no, they could all be odd, is the point. They could all be odd. Right. If this is yellow and they're all odd, I can make that work. That's the thing I was missing. Because if I make them all odd, then I could make this 1579, and 1579 would work. So good point. Right. So I don't know that has to be yellow for sure. I do know that has to be yellow and that has to be purple. Let's see. Oh, right. Totally correct. So I was saying I could make these all odd, but that would make them all yellow. Can I have 3 yellows and a purple? That's not going to work. If I have 3 yellows and a purple, regardless of whether yellow is odd or purple is odd, the sum is going to be odd. So I was right. This is yellow. I just argued it poorly. Actually, I don't even think I argued it poorly, because these do all have to be odd, and they have to be 1579. I think actually I was just right before, but I was convinced that I was wrong. So this is a purple. Wait, I colored it wrong? Did I? Oh, did I say this has to be, Oh, no. Okay, I was wrong before. I was convinced it had to be a mix, but I was completely wrong about that. Okay. No, I was completely wrong before. Okay. But I'm up to speed now. The purple has to connect, so the purple has to come out. So purples I know are even, for whatever that's worth. So I know this is a 2 or a 4, and this is a 1 or a 3. Let's see. Okay, so my 15 can't have 2 purple and 2 yellow, because if my 15 has 2 purple and 2 yellow, those are going to sum to an even total. So this has to be purple, or my 15 is going to not work parity-wise. I have to avoid a 2x2, so this has to be purple. Let's see. So this 15 is 3 of one thing and 1 of the other. So it's either 3 evens and 1 odd, or 3 odds and 1 even. So 3 evens and 1 odd is possible. Wait, no, I know that yellow is odd. This is not my best day. I know yellow is odd already. So the question is, if I'm going to use 3 evens and 1 odd to make 15, what's the odd? And so you could just look at the calculator here and say, okay, well, if I'm only going to use 1 odd, then my only options are these, which make this a 1 or a 3. I was trying to redetermine which of purple and yellow were even and odd again. There we go. Tristan makes a good point to use sudoku, as does Jaleb. This cell sees the entirety of the 1579 thingy, so this has become a 3. And I realize we haven't gotten a betting tree. So while Tristan does a 3 dance, someone who solved the puzzle can guess where a good betting tree would be. Ba-da-doo, woohoo! Ba-da-doo, whoop-boo! Ba-da-boo, woohoo! Ba-da-boo, woo-doo! Ba-doo, ba-doo, ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba, woohoo! Ba-ba-ba-ba, woohoo! Boo-ba-doo-ba-doo, boo! There we go. What do people think about this cell for a betting tree? Okay, so if this is a 3, then I know that these have to be 2, 4, 6 in order to make that work. So there we go. So this cell, we actually know what it is too, right? Yeah, wait. How is this cell not just broken? Oh, right, because it's not odd. This cell is a naked single 8, because the odd thing only works in cages. But this cell sees 2, 4, 6, and it sees all the odd digits. So this is an 8. And then these are both odd. They're both from 1579. Okay. This is 2, 4, 6 or whatever. Okay. Even as I was reading the rules, was like, I'm going to get tripped up by this, so I better remember it. And then by the time I got there, I had totally forgotten. Let's see. How many cells are in this 9 cage? Apparently a lot. 6, 7. Okay, so I need 2 cells that sum to 10 to omit from it. Great. So what I know is that there's a 5 in here somewhere. That doesn't seem super useful. There's a 9 cage. Where is there a 9 cage? Did I say 9 cage? I meant 35 cage. These digits have to be pretty small. I said 9 cage. I was thinking it was going to be 9 cells, but then I realized it wasn't going to be 9 cells. Let's see. 8 is too big here, technically. Yeah, 8 is too big here, because if this were 8, these would still add to at least 6. So Nicholas is right. That's not an 8, which gives me a 2, 4, 6 triple. Right. So now the 12 cage, if I actually look at it, Martin points out beautifully. I can't. These either are both even or both odd, but if they're both even, I have created a 2x2, so they have to both be odd. Gorgeously. So that's very cool. So now this is purple by the avoid a 2x2 rule. Let's see. So I don't think I can fit 3 evens into this 13 cage. Because if I fit 3 evens into this 13 cage, Oh, maybe I can. Maybe this can be 2, 4, 6, and a 1 there. Maybe that's possible. It would have to be 2, 4, 6, and a 1 there exactly, which seems very unlikely. Sadly, Liz, I cannot do the 4 purple in row 2 trick in this because the even odd thing only applies in cages, so I don't actually know how many purples there's going to be in a row. If these are both yellow, then this is purple. But that doesn't seem interesting to me immediately. Oh, it can't be 3 odds. Good. Okay. So I need either 1 odd or 3 odds here. Okay, so it is the ridiculous thing. Because if I... the other option here is to make this 3 odds, because I need either 1 odd or 3 odds. But if I make this 3 odds, then I've ended purple, and I haven't connected it. So in fact, actually, the only way to make this work is with 2 more evens, which have to be 2, 4, 6, and an odd, which has to be a 1. And then that odd has to get out, and it gives me that this is a 3 and a 2. I was not expecting that, I'm going to be honest. So one of these is a 1, one of these is a 1, one of these is a 1. By the way, the purples had to look like this, because otherwise I'd make a 2 by 2. Okay. Oh, right. This could also be 1. Somehow in my mind it was in the 27 cage. It's not in the 27 cage. Let's see. These numbers are big, but who cares? This number's got to be at least fairly large. So if this was even, it would be an 8. And these would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4 exactly. Is there any way that these are 1, 2, 3, 4 exactly? There aren't 4 evens in row 2, Nicholas. These don't have to be even. Now, actually, I admit last time I thought that something pathological was going to mean that something didn't work. But maybe it actually is 8, and this is 1, 2, 3, 4, and so that's exactly a 3, whatever. Maybe that's possible. Well, I was saying this being an 8. I was saying, could this be an 8? In which case, these would have to be 1, 2, 3, 4. Which I think is very unlikely, but I thought that about this arrangement as well. So who knows? Is the short version. But I would really like to yellow this cell. That is the thing that I would like to be able to do. These can't both be odd. Does that tell me something about the parity of this cell? No, I don't think it does. Unfortunately. The minimum value of this cell is 5, I believe. So this cell is from 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and it's not 6. So it's 5, 7, or 8. I always need a 1. Yeah, I definitely always need a 1 in this cage somewhere. So I at least know that there's a 1 here. Because if I don't use a 1, I'm not going to get to this. In fact, I also need a 2. I'm seeing now looking at the calculator. There's a 1 and a 2 in this cage for sure. And then there's some options past that. But that does push 1 into this column in this box through the joy of a Jovi wing. Oh, this cell, it's also... Well, this one, oh, that's right. This one's odd. So this one's at least 5. So this is a 5, 7, or a 9, which gets me a 5, 7, 9 triple in the column. Interestingly enough. So the minimum, but the point is the minimum of these two cells is a 12. And so these sum to at least 6, so they have to sum to exactly 6. That's gorgeous. Good spot. So this actually has to be odd, not for any reason that has anything to do with yin-yang. It just has to do with the fact that these two cells sum to at least 12, and they also sum to at most 12. So this is just pure killer logic. So these are a 1, 2, 3. That's the one that's the 3. These are the 1, 2 pair. That's not a 2. And so I wanted to write a 9 in the cell, but I stopped myself before I got there. So these digits, for what it's worth, are... Right, sorry. Before I do the 2 digits are for what it's worth, these have, neither of these is 2, so therefore that's 2 per Ambrose. So therefore that's yellow, and that's purple, and that's 1 and 2. These aren't 2 either, so now that's 2. That's not a 2. This isn't a 1, so therefore that's the 1 for the 22 cage. Through magic. Oh, I'm being told this is a naked single 9. It is not 2, 4, 6, or 8. So it actually really is odd, and it's not 1, 3, 5, or 7. Yes. So by sheer coincidence, this cell is a naked single 9. But you have to check the evens, but it does see all the evens. So great spot from Dog there, as I tried to break this, but did not quite succeed. So those aren't not. So those, one of those is 9, so that's not 9, is the point. Okay. We can't have any Battenbergs, so this has got to be purple to avoid a Battenberg. This has got to be purple to avoid a 2x2. Oh, this avoids a 2x2 either way, unfortunately. I still can't write 8 in that cell either, unless Dog tells me it's a naked single 8. I keep trying. I've caught myself so far. Let's see. The 1, 2, 3. These are 4, 6, 8, and 9 is the answer for what these things are. Let's see. So the point is that these two sum to at least 3 and 5, because that 1 there. So these are a minimum of 3, 5, which is 8. So this is a maximum of 4. So in fact, that's exactly what happens. Thank you to Martin there. So that 3, 5 pair makes that a 7. Those are 5, 9. So those are 1, 7. So that bounces around the whole way. That's very cool. This triple is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not 8. That one's not 6. That one's not 6. In fact, it's not 8 or 9 either, because there's a 6, 8, 9 looking at it. So this has become a 4 by magic that I do not claim to understand. And I cannot color it because it's not in a cage. No zeta, bad zeta. Let's see. So there's either one even... Okay, so now the 16 cage I now actually know has 2 odds and 1 even. Because I can't fit 2 evens in the row. There aren't 2 evens left. So it has 2 odds, but they aren't those 2 because that would make a 2x2. So this is always odd. And this is an even-odd combo. So because this is an even-odd combo, we get this bizarre logic where even if it goes even-odd that way instead of the other way, this purple still can't get out that way. This purple always connects through there, which means it has to keep connecting over through there. Now this is yellow. That was cool, by the way. I liked that geometry there. So actually, regardless of the way this works, this cell has to be yellow as well, right? Because if this cell is purple, I've either... Oh, no, because the yellow could connect through there. Never mind. The yellow can connect to the border. I was missing the yellow connecting to the border part. Oh, actually, I have an 8-9 pair in this box, because 8 and 9 need to get placed in this box, and they can't go in this column, and so that's the 8, and that's the 9. I don't know that that's going to do anything, but we'll record it. 3, 4. These are 5 and 7, for whatever that's worth. So this is a triple. These are 1, 2, and 3, it would appear, except that this cell's even. And so if this cell is even, it needs to be a 2, because apparently I've used the 4, 6, and 8. So this is just a 2 by sheer coloring. So this is a triple as well, actually. These are not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, and 9. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We've got all of those. Okay. These two I now know are odd because they're in a cage and they're only pencil marked with odd options. So those are definitely yellow. So we've got that. Let's see. And I know there are no more 1s or 3s in these cells. So I guess that's just telling me something about the 1 in this row that's maybe not... Oh, no, it does tell me where the 1 in this row goes. The 1 in this row goes here. Because the 1 in row 6 has to go somewhere. And it can't repeat in the cage that already has a 1, 3 pair. So that's a 1. What digits are missing from this cage? The 2 digits that are missing from this cage need to sum to 10. And so they're not 1, 9, or 3, 7. So we're either missing both 4 and 6 or both 2 and 8. I don't see an immediate way to identify what it is that we're missing. I'm noticing this can't be an 8-9 pair. Because if this is an 8-9 pair, it already sums to 17, and that's not going to work. So there's definitely a 5 in here. So this is not a 5. If this were 5-9, that's actually too big. 5-9 would mean these would have to be 1-3, and there's already a 1 in the column. So actually, this just is 5-8. That's a 9. Someone in chat said the 18 cage is very constrained, and I thought they were talking about this one, and I was trying to figure out exactly what they were talking about, but there was a second 18 cage. So these need to sum to 5, so they're 2, 3. So good spot to the person in chat who identified this an hour ago. That 5-9 cage, actually, they could have possibly been referring, they weren't, but they could have been referring to the fact that this 5-9 was looking at that 7 and that 5. I mean, I do think setters only repeat cage totals to confuse streamers. I don't think there's any other reason to do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 8 go into those cells. This is also a 6 or an 8, but it's not a 6, apparently, so it is an 8, and that's a 6, and that's an 8. It would seem. This is a triple that I should write in. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. And this is a triple I should write in. It's 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's it. That's 3 things, Zeta. That's 3 things. I don't get more than 3 things in my triple. Let's see. Okay, so this digit I know is odd for what it's worth. I mean, I don't know if it's worth pencil marking this, but I'm going to anyway. With 3, 5, 7, or 9. This one is 1, 3, 5, 7, or 9. Let's see. Okay, do I need to think about connectivity here? This definitely needs to get out. The 35 cage definitely has a 7 in it, because if it was missing a 7, it would also be missing a 3. Because this is missing 2 digits that sum to 10. So there's definitely a 7 in here. let's see. It's true that because this is 2 evens and 2 odds, it has to either these two are the same parity and these two are the same parity. And since these two are the same parity, then they can't be purple. So these two are yellow and these two are purple. That's gorgeous. Okay, I love this puzzle. This is great too. We are really living in a golden age of puzzles. So that is not a 5. That's not a 1 or in the corner. So these aren't 3 or 5. That's a 7-9 pair. So that's not a 7. That's a 4-6 pair. So this is also a pair. It's a 2-3 pair, apparently. No, not a 2-3 pair. Try again. 2-8 pair. I think this is a 2-8 pair. So what is the version of the 28 cage that doesn't have an 8? Okay. We're down to 2 options. Which of these is it? Do I know? Yes. No. Maybe I don't. These are either 3-6 or 4-5. I do know what it is because there needs to be a 3 in row 9. And if row 9 doesn't have a 3 in it, then I've broken the puzzle. So there is a 3 in here, which means we're this one. Sorry, it means we're that one, which means that this is 2, 3, 6, 7, 9. Now, the easy thing to do that chat was doing that I did not was that this had to be a 9 because there's no version of a 27 Cajun 5 that doesn't have a 9 except for one that we ruled out ages ago. And so we knew there needed to be a 9, but the 9 by Sudoku had to be there. Anyway, that makes that a 7 and a 1 and a 9. This is a triple. What triplet is it? So now there are 2 and 8 are the digits that are omitted because we now know that there's a 4 or a 6. So we need both the 4 and the 6. So there's no 2 or 8 in here. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's see. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are from 1, 4, 5. That's where the 1 goes. So we've got that lined up. Right. Martin, beautiful. I can color the edge now because I have to go all evens and then all odds. And so my other even here is 6 and then my odds go there. So those are not 6. These are the 3, 7. Gorgeous. That is not a 6 or a 7. That's a 4. So that's a 5. This is a 6. Which is even, so it's purple. So this is a 9, so it's yellow. So that's an 8 and a 6, and a 2 and an 8, and a 7, and a 4 and a 6. Let's see. So we can come up here. So I know what the remaining digits I have to have are in here if I think very hard about it. So I've already got my 1, 3, 6. Oh, I don't even have to think about it. Sven tells me what the digits that are left in the cage are. The digits that are left in the cage are 4, 5, and 7. Excellent. Sven has saved me once again from thinking. The betting tree sees a 4, 5, 7 triple, but I encourage you not to think about that because it might be dangerous. Let's see. So we've got our 6, 8, 9 over here. This 5, 7 has to go there, is the point. So this 5, 7 shows up in the 35 cage in this triple. So these two digits have to be the same, and so that means they're both 5s. Chad is seeing a yin-yang thing that I'll get to in a second, but I saw a Sudoku thing that did that. This is purple by avoid a 2x2. This is purple by avoid a Battenberg. This is purple by avoid a Battenberg. One of these has to be yellow. Oh, no, these both have to be yellow because the yellow has to connect. And if the yellow doesn't connect, then I'm in big trouble. So the yellow connects over there. This seems to now be a 7. Which seems to have gotten me not a lot, if I'm being completely honest about it. Let's see. This is not a 5. So I know this is an odd and an even. Do I yet understand how the odd and the even connect? Could be odd up here and even down here. Could it be odd down here and even up there? I don't know. The 5 in the cage is yellow. Probably good to keep in mind that there are rules to the puzzle. And then I have to avoid this yellow 2x2 and this yellow 2x2. So rather than the other thing, I should be doing that. And so now this is the 4 and this is the 7. This needs 2 odds, so the other odd is up there. That's yellow. This purple has to get out, so this purple goes through the betting tree. So congratulations to those of you who bet purple betting tree. 7s are yellow when they're in cages. Avoid a Battenberg. Avoid a 2x2. Avoid a Battenberg. Okay, and so we're done our coloring. Oh, almost, except for that one. But it's got to be purple, otherwise purple doesn't connect. So this is 2, 4... Sorry, no, this is 2, 4, 6, or 8, except it's not 4, 6, or 8. So this is a 2. These 2 odds need to sum to this. So they're either 5, 9, or 6, 8. No, they're just 5, 9, because Sven doesn't know about the yin-yang coloring rule. So this has to be 9 and 5, which makes this 8 and 3 and 5, and 9 and 5, and 6 and 9. Let's see. This triple up here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is from 2, 4, 6. Sven's being very helpful today. So that's a 4, 2, 6. This quad, let's just go ahead and fill in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That is a 7. That's a 3, a 1, and an 8, and a 3 and a 7. That looked over here and got me the 1 and the 7. This digit is yellow. It's a 5. And our betting tree is a 3. Congratulations to all of the 3 bettors out there. I know there are many of you. Congratulations from Zach and I. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Congratulations, Bremster, even if you're asleep. Very cool puzzle. I like that one a lot. That was super smooth. Very enjoyable. Super, super clever stuff in there. Alrighty. And Mavir is back. Welcome back, Mavir. You're back just in time for me to take a short break and pull up another puzzle, but I promise I will be back, so I'm gonna just pull up another puzzle and I will be back shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. We have next up a Kukuru. I'm gonna try resizing this, see if I can make it a little bigger. I bet I can even make it a little bigger than that. Now it's falling off the screen, but if I just move the screen slightly, it won't be falling off the screen. So this is just a Kukuru. So if you've done Kukuru before, you know how it works. But if you've not done Kukuru before, the clues here tell you the sum of the digits that live over here. So these cells sum to 25, these cells sum to 6, these sum to 25, and you can't repeat you can't repeat digits within a clue. And so the you can't repeat digits in a killer cage was specifically chosen so that people could use their knowledge of sums from Kukuru, because Kukuru, I think, was around before killer, if I understand my Sudokological history correctly. So let's just sort of start filling in candidates. So we've got 1, 2, 4, 5 there. We've got 1, 2, 4, 5 here. Let's see. That kind of touches the 12, but not quite. 26 and 4 is pretty restricted, but it's not quite enough. 29 and 5 is pretty restricted. The 5 is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's true. So because of this 9, that's 5, 6, 7, 8. So I used to do Kakuru on airplanes all the time. So these sum to at most 7. So these are at least, so these are each at most 6. I don't know if I really want to pencil mark that they're at most 6. That seems kind of painful. But don't look at me. I'm going to do it anyway. Let's see. 9 and 3 we have. There's 26 and 4. What's the smallest I can include in 26 and 4? 9, 8, 7 would be 24. Okay, so the smallest I can include is a 2. That's not great. Yeah, I've got 8 and 2 cells. Oh, there's a 5 cell. There's a 4 cell 12 sum. So I know that always needs to include a 1 and a 2. Because it's either 1 and 2 and 3 and 6, or 1 and 2 and 4 and 5. But I don't have corner marks. So I know there's a 1 and a 2 in here. This can't be the 1, because I can't put a 1 in 19. But sadly, I think I could put a 1 anywhere else. Tragically. These cells aren't 9. I might have to do some smart, like adding clues together here. Oh, the top right 25. Okay, maybe I'll get away without having to be smart. Isabella points out that these two now are at most 11, so I need these two to sum to at least 14. So that's interesting. And I might be able to actually rule out something like this being a 1. Right, this can't be a 1 anymore, because if this is a 1, the other 3 digits would have to be 7, 8, 9, and they can't be. This can't be a 1, because if it was, they'd need to be 7, 8, 9, and they can't be. So that's not a 1, that's not a 5. If this is 2, then these digits would have to be 6, 8, 9, and they can't be. So this can't be a 2 either. And so we've got that. Jaleb has found the smart thing, I think. Which is to look at this sort of thing in a smart way. So, how am I doing it with the... I don't quite see it yet. So these two and that one cross. I don't see how I'm getting actual information here. Let's see. Not the 20. Oh, am I looking at... Oh, I'm the 11. I'm supposed to use the 11. Right, okay. Okay, this is way, way, way less complicated than I thought it was. Okay. So the point is, these 5 cells sum to 25. And like everyone in chat has been yelling this at me for like 5 minutes now, and I've been not understanding it. These cells sum to 25 by looking this away. But these cells sum to 16 by looking at the 2 8 clues. And so therefore this has to be a 9. It has no choices. And so we get our famous 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doo. Woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doop-ba-doo. Wah-ha! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Wah-ha! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Wah-ha! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Wah-ha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And now my 14 has a 9 on it, so these have to be from 1, 2, 3, 4. And neither of them can be 4 because they're part of an 8 clue. And I can't do 4 plus 4. So these are 5, 6, 7 only, as I sort of grow out from that. Because of the 8 clue, they're 5, 6, 7, but now the 11 clue can only be 5, 6, because of that. But now that these are 5 and 6, these aren't 1, so these are 2 and 3. So I've got that. I wish this 2, 3 was on a clue. That would be helpful. So we've got all of that. Now I'm supposed to look at the 20 clue, because these 3 cells need to sum to at least 6. So this has to be 9 and 5. And these have to be 1, 2, 3, because otherwise I blow my total right away. So that's a 5, that's a 6, so that's a 3, and that's a 2. I'm actually not 100% sure, but this 2 doesn't see that cell, right? Because there's not a clue there. I've not done a Hexuro in ages, but I don't think this 2 sees that cell. But chat can tell me if I'm wrong. Oh, it does. It does. Okay. I 100% believe Nell when Nell says it does, because Nell made the puzzle. You can't repeat even if there is no clue. Okay. So this thing is going to be like all the digits. Good to know. I don't know if it's going to be helpful, but it's true. Oh, this 26 has gotten very interesting now, because now I can't do it if this is a 1. And whether this is a 2 or a 3, if this is a 3, these have to be 7, 8, 9 exactly. Sorry, if this is a 2, they have to be 7, 8, 9 exactly. Otherwise, they're 6, 8, 9. So these are always from 6, 7, 8, 9. And I think they occur on almost 0 clues, but not quite 0, because there is the 16 clue looking this way. So that's potentially relevant. Let's see. The 12 prevents 7, 8, 9. Sorry, there's a clue that some cell is on that I have not yet appreciated that chat has seen. People are looking at a 12 clue, and I don't see where the 12 clue... Right, there we go. That 12 clue. I now see the 12 clue. Okay. And I was very confused because, like, sometimes when I see a chat say 12 and I'm not seeing it, it's actually that they're talking about something that's marked 1, 2. But no, it's just this 12. The 12 can't have a digit on it that's larger than 6. So these have to be 1, 2, 3. And therefore, these are 8, 9. And therefore, this is a 3 to make that work. So that's a 1 and a 2. This is very smooth so far once I actually look at the things I'm supposed to look at. This can't be a 1 anymore, because if it was a 1, I'd need to make these double 9, and I can't. Actually, don't I have a Jovi wing on 9s here? I think I have a Jovi wing on 9s. I don't think it actually helps me, but I don't think either of these or any of these 3 cells can be a 9, because I think I definitely need to use a 9 in here. Yeah, I definitely need to use a 9 in here. So these cells, in fact, are from 7, 8, 9, because it's either 8, 9 or 7, 9. So these are from 7, 8, 9. By uniqueness, it has to be 7, 9. Who knows if that's true or not? Don't take this seriously. Let's see. If this were 8, 9, wouldn't it break this? Because if it were 8, 9, these would be at most 6, 7. No, that just works. That's annoying. This can't be a 9. Beautiful. Oh, that's awesome. I love that. This is another thing that chat got very quickly that would have taken me a while. This can't be a 9 because of hexagonal sudoku. If this were a 9, it would rule 8, 9 out of this. In fact, it can't be an 8 either. This just is a 7. Because it sees an 8, 9 pair in this bizarre world that we live in. So that's a 9. And 7 and 9 is 16, so that's a 3. Awesome. That 9 now sees that. Makes that a 9. Love it. Love it. These two sum to 10, and they're not 4, 6. Yeah. These aren't 3 anymore. They're now 1, 2. If this were a 1, I'd need these to add to 14. I guess they could be 6, 8. Yeah, maybe that's not the thing I want to look at yet. Well, I guess both of these things need to sum to 15. That seems like... So one of them does have a 1. But that one can have a 9 in it. So what are the ways to do 15 and 2? The only ways to do 15 and 2 are 6, 8, and 5, 9. But this one can't be 5, 9. This one could be 5, 9. If this were a 2, then this would need to be 13, which seems possible. Oh, there's a 10 clue over here. Beautiful, beautiful. So my point, Eric, is one of these two 15 clues has a 1 on it. And so then it needs me to do 14 and 2. But Martin points out this can't be a 9 because it's on a 10 clue. Yeah, it's 14 and 2. So whichever of these is a 1 gives me a 14 and 2. And that 14 and 2 is going to be a 6, 8. So one of these pairs is a 6, 8 pair. And then the other one needs to sum to that. So this can't be an 8. Could it be a 6? Probably. Oh, I said 15 and 2 and I meant 6, or I meant 14 and 2. You're completely right. If that's what I said. I was listing ways to sum to 14. 6 and 8 really do add to 14 and not 15. I'm 80% sure. So one of these is a 6, 8. And then the other one, do I have to actually think about what the other one's going to be because of the cross pressure on the 13 sum? Because the other one's going to sum to 13. And so could this be 7, 6? I think so. Yeah, I don't know that I can immediately rule out which of these is the 6, 8, which is sad because I would like to know which one is the 6, 8. But I don't think that I know. Though, again, as always, feel free to tell me if I am wrong. In any event, they sum to at least 13, and there's no 9s. So there's no 4s either. So these digits are all from 5, 6, 7, 8. There's no 9 again here because of the 10 clue. And in fact, this one can't be 8 because of the 10 clue either. And so these can't be 7 because they see a 7. That can't be 8 because it sees an 8. So if this is 6, 8, then this becomes 5. Okay, so if this is 6, 8, this becomes 5 because it's the only thing it can be. But now I'm trying to make that 8 and it can't be. Cute. This can't be 6, 8. It's weird geometry. But Isabel is correct. If this is 6, 8, then this becomes a 5. This becomes a 1, so this is a 2. And so 5 and 2, I need an 8 here, and I can't have one because of that 8. I bet there's a better way to see this, but the this being 6, 8, forcing that cell is good enough for me. So this is a 5. How does this see a 7? Can't have 2 7s in a row. Ah, that's not a 7. Got it. Sorry, I thought we were claiming that that 7 saw that 7. The other 5, 6, 7. That's 5 or a 6. Okay. And so if this is, so I guess, so here, let's go through it this way. If this is a 5 or a 6, now this, in order to get to an appropriate number, this can't be a 5 or a 6. It has to be an 8. Because if this is another 5, 6, they would add to 11, 13. That's not big enough. So this now has to be an 8, which then rules out the possibility that those are 6, 8. So this one is 6, 8. And so this is not an 8. That is a 2. I agree. That is much, much, much simpler than the way we were arguing it before. Now these need to add to 13, but they can't be 5, 8 at all. So they have to be 6, 7, and they have to go in that order. So very cool. The 10 clue is fixed. The 10 clue is fixed. So this is a 3 and a 1, and that's an 8. And now these two need to add to 7 without being 8 and minus 1. So let's see. They can't be 1, 6. So they're either 2, 5, or 3, 4. But that's not a 3, so that's not a 4. That's not a 2, so that's not a 5. Don't see... Oh, that 3 sees that cell too. That's the point. The hexagonal scanning is difficult, is my conclusion. That is a 5 and a 2 because of that 3, yes. Because of King's move on 3s, we'll say. Okay, so now let's write in the options for these two cells. So these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That one I know is not an 8. These digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so this one I know is not a 9 because there's a 9 on this diagonal. So this is only from 1, 2, 3, 4, and it's part of a 24 clue, and it's not a 1 either. Okay, so this 24 clue is incredibly, incredibly pushed. Because now I've got a 24 clue, except these only add to at most 7. So these have to be 8, 9, or I'm just not going to get there at all. So this needs to be a 4 with an 8, 9 pair. That's not a 4. These need to be a 4 with an 8, 9 pair in order for this to work at all. These are not 4. That's not a 4 anymore. It's a 5 or a 7. Now we look at the 13 clue and see if this was a 9, these would need to be 1, 3, but they can't be because this one can't be 1 or 3. So this has to be an 8. And these can't be 2, 3 because neither of them can be 2. So they have to be 1, 4. And so that's the 1 and that's the 4 is the only way that works. This isn't a 1 anymore. It is a 3 or a 9. In fact, that's a 9. So that is a 3 just by quote-unquote sudoku or sudoku adjacent techniques. Let's see. So 22 minus 8 is 14. Okay, those three add to 14, but I'm not interested in that, I don't think. 21, these two need to add to 12. I don't think I'm interested in that either. This 3 and 4 look here, so that's not a 3 or a 4. So this isn't a 1 or a 2. That seems more helpful. If this is a 1 or a 2, then this needs to be a 7 or an 8, except it can't be an 8 because of that. So this is actually a 7 and a 2. The 7 bounces down here and makes that a 5 through magic. These two cells now need to add to 5, so they certainly aren't 5 or 6. In fact, because that's 3 or 4, this is 1 or 2. This 2, by the way, sees that is not a 2, so that's not a 4. Kuraban points out the profound fact that 2 plus 3 is 5, which I was missing. Excellent, excellent. So that's a 3. Let's see. Am I looking at something that's on a clue? Okay, so now there's 25 clues under enormous pressure. Because these two now need to sum to at least 25 minus 9 is 14. These two need to sum to at least 14. So I can't involve anything smaller than... In fact, I can't even get a 5 in there, because if I use a 5 in here with a 5 and a 9, then I can't actually make this as big as 9. So these are only from 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 25 minus 9 is 16. I am being informed reliably. 25 minus 9 is 16. So these can actually only be from 7, 8, 9. And there's no way this can possibly be a 2. Because if this was a 2 now, I would now make these add to 6 plus 17 at maximum. That's not enough. So this is a 5. And so that makes that a 1, which makes that a 2, which makes that a 3. And that has eaten my degree of freedom, I think. So now these sum to 8. So I need these to sum to 17. And so, yeah, so then that 7 goes away. So those are an 8, 9. Let's see. The camo bet cell. This can be the bet cell. I should have put the betting tree in right away, but we'll make a late game betting tree. Now that you understand how the puzzle works, question mark. Okay. Let's see. So down here, I've got some things that can only be things. So I probably want to guess what these are. Do I? Maybe I don't. Would I rather fill in this diagonal? I don't know. Let's see. There was some illusion that maybe I had all but one digit filled in a sum at some point. But I don't know. There's a 21 clue in the middle of the grid. Okay. So these digits need to sum to what? They need to sum to 21 minus 9 is 13. And they... Could they be 4, 9? No. Could they be 5, 8? They can't be. So they must be 6, 7, and I know the order. Right, okay. Was complicated, but we got there. There's an invisible 15 clue down here that is pointing at this cell, so these add to 8, so that's a 7. Did I add to the wrong number again? I added to the wrong number, I am being told. What is 21 minus 9 again? 21 minus 9 is 12, not 14. So these need to add to 12, but without being 3, 9. They could be 4, 8, which is good because they can't be 5, 7. So these actually have to be 4, 8 if you do math the right way, and we know the order. I'm glad they didn't ask this during my defense. Let's see. Okay, so... Oh, the 7 on the 15 is refillable. For the record. Probably now I should fill in this quad. Which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 8. That one's not 1 or 3 at the very least. The rest I may know nothing about. It's possible. Let's see. How on earth am I ever going to get what these cells are? Oh, because of the 22 clues. So these two cells need to add to 7. Boy, the hardest thing for me in this puzzle is identifying where there are clues, because I keep scanning and not seeing clues. So these need to add to 7. And so could they be 1 and 6? I think so. Could they be 2 and 5? I think so. They can't be 3 and 4. Nicholas thinks something is wrong. Where is something wrong? 3 plus 5 plus 7 is 15. Right? I swear 3 plus 5 plus 7 is 15. Okay, so these two cells need to sum to 7. And so 1, 6 is on the table. 2, 5 is, people are telling me not on the table, but I'm having a hard time seeing why. I can't make that 2 and that 5. It's because of that 2. That 2. That is a very bad 2. Very bad. So this is a 1, 6. So 1 and 6 go in, which is good because I mean there was no way we were going to get anything else out of this this thing, so they better work out. Okay, so these cells are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I know this one's not 9 because it sees an 8, 9 pair. So this is from 4, 5, 6, 7, although that's not super useful, if I'm being completely honest. This is actually kind of a mess, isn't it? 12 clue at the top right. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's very good. Okay. This 12 clue, which Ambrose has drawn my attention to, is very good, because if I make this 5 and 9, I'm not going to get to 12, unless I add a -2. In fact, I can't make a 5 and a 7 either. And I'm not allowed to make a 5 and a 5 at all, because that would be illegal. So I can do a 5 and a 4 with a 3, or I can do a 5 and a 6 with a 1. So this cell can only actually be 1 or 3. If this were a 1, I would need this to be a 7, 9 pair. Seems okay. If this were a 3, I would need these to add to 14, and I think there's a few ways I could do that, but I bet I'm missing some sudoku or something that would make this easier. This digit at least has to be... How big does it have to be? Mediumly. Okay, so Martin has a good point that this cell sees 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are effectively 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, except the 1 in the 10 sum is definitely not a 5. So this is now 6, 7, 8, 9. And so if that's 6, 7, 8, 9, this is, well, this can't be 7 because it would make this 6. So if that can't be 7, this can't be 3. So let's see. So 6 and 7 and 4 looks okay. 8 and 2 looks okay to me. As far as I can tell. Let's see. There's a 16 clue there too. Oh, for God's sake. Okay. Yes, there's the 16 clue looking across that is, again, invisible to the poor Zeta brain. So these two things need to add to 10. So that's certainly not a 5. This is a 7, 8, 9. This isn't a 4. And now we have to be very careful with this constellation because both of these things add to 10. And these two add to 13. Well, the only way that these two add to 13 now is a 6 and 7 because it's the minimum. So that's a 6 and a 7 and a 4 and a 3. This is not 3 or 4. Let's see. I can go ahead and knock out 4 from there, so that knocks out 2 from there. Let's see. Good spot. Thank you for helping me with this 16. We definitely need Sven to help us auto-scan the the hexagonal grids. I'm sure that's what Sven wants his next giant project to be. Let's see. I have a 9 clue. Oh, now we get to... This is like a scavenger hunt. Chat calls out a clue that exists, and then I try and find it in the grid. Somehow this is already a challenging game for me. Okay, so the 9 clue doesn't have an 8 on it. Fun fact. So we've got that at the very least. Let's see. Top, middle. Oh, is there another 9 clue? Am I not looking at the right 9 clue? I might be looking at the wrong 9 clue. Let's see. This can't be a 9 because it would break the 16 clue. Unfortunately, this could be a 7 if that's an 8. So let's see. Let's write in the candidates for this cell, and maybe some of it will work out. So if this were a 4, that would be a 9. If this were a 5, it would be an 8. If this were a 6, it would be a 7. If this were a 7, it would be a 6. Unfortunately, 6, 3, 8 just works. Top right can't be an 8 or a 9. Oh, right. Okay, right. There's a 20 clue here. There's a 20 clue here. So if this was an 8 or a 9, these would sum to 17 and it would break. So this isn't an 8 or a 9. So this is only a 6 or a 7, which then interestingly means this is a 6 or a 7 because of the weird way this works, which now means this isn't a 6 or a 7 because, again, of the weird way that this works. I love the sort of the bouncing around thingy things. So now if this were a 1, this would have to be 7 and 9. If this were a 3, then these would have to add to 14, and they'd have to be 6 and 8. So this is always an 8 or a 9, I believe, is what I'm going to get. Again, let me just double check. If this is a 1, I need these to add to 16, which they have to be 7 and 9, which would make this a 9, because that can't be the 9. If this is a 3, these two need to add to 14, and so they can't be 7 and 7, and so they would have to be 6 and 9. Sorry, they'd have to be 6 and 8. So this is always an 8 or a 9. And is this always a 6? No, it could be 7, 1, 9. Sorry, it's not always a 6, sadly. It means that's not an 8 at the very least. It is a very cool puzzle. I mean, I can't complain about scanning in a hex puzzle when I'm the one who chose to do a hex puzzle. I just occasionally need my brain bent around backwards by scanning in a hex puzzle. So I could color. That 8-9 is the same as that 8-9. Let's see. So there's no way this 25 clue is interesting, is there? Is this 29 clue getting interesting? If this was a 1, this would be 4. These would have to... Okay, this can't be a 1. That's at least something. This can't be a 1 because the maximum these would sum to would be 4. These would have to sum to at least 25, and they can't. So that can't be a 1. So that can't be a 5. So this is a 1 or a 2 now. There's a claim that this is always a 5 for some inexplicable reason. Let's look. Okay, so if this is a... So... If this is a 7, 1, 9, then that's an 8, and 7 and 8 is 15, and that makes that a 5. If this is a 6, 3, 8, then that's a 9. This is a 6 and a 9, and that's a 5. So yes, this is always a 5. I bet there's a good reason for that that is not that we looked at both of the cases, but it's true. This 16 clue, actually, this can only be a 1 or a 2 because these add to 14 minimum. So this is a 1 or a 2. let's see. I guess I can actually look at what the options are. If this is a 7, that's a 6 and a 3. Oh boy, I'm trying to trace around if some combination puts a pair here that's too big. Like if one way makes these a 7 and a 9, then we're totally busted. So if this is a 7, what happens? If this is a 7, that's a 6, a 3, an 8, a 9, and an 8. So if this is a 7, that's an 8. If this is a 6, I guess then it's okay either way. If this is a 6, that's a 7, 1, 9, 8, 9. This is a 6, that's a... So these always add to 15 is the point. I bet there's a smart way to see that. That these two always add to 15. So this is always a 1, I think, is the answer. To life, the universe, and everything. Okay, so now the only place that a 1 can go on this 9 clue is here. I don't know if that's super useful. Let's see. 12 clue is done. So, unless I'm looking at the wrong 12 clue, I think people are saying that this 12 clue is useful. The other 12 clue. No, it's not that 12 clue. Oh, for the love of God. Yes, this 12 clue. I kept looking at this and being like, I feel like there's so many options. How are people figuring out what this is? Because people are looking at this 12 clue, which looks a great deal better. Because now I need these two to add to 11. So it's either 4, 7, which is not going to work because I can't put a 4 and a 7 in here. That would put a 7 and a 9 clue. So this has to be a 5 and a 6. At which point this has to be a 1 and a 2. But that can't be the 1, so that's the 1 and the 2. That's a 3. That's a 1 because of the 6 clue. This isn't a 1 or a 3 anymore, so that's now a 2-8 pair that, for all I know, is resolved. Mostly this has just been figure out what chat's talking about. That's a 9. Okay, that's going to do it. So that's an 8 and a 9 and an 8 and an 8. Take 2. So now that's a 6 and a 7. That's a 3. That's a 4. That 8 looks over and makes that a 2 and an 8. Let's see. So we've got all of that going in. So now the 25 clue might be interesting if I fill in candidates along the way. So let's see. So this can't be 9, 8. It could be 7. It can't be 6 or 5. Could be 4. It can't be 3 or 2. And it could be 1. But I think it's very unlikely that it's going to be able to be 1. This can be 5, 6, 7 only. And then this can be nigh unto anything. But if I look at the... Oh, this can't be 6. There's a 6 already in the clue. Oh, there's a 29 clue that has more things here that I wasn't appreciating. But these max at 14. That's 20. Okay, that's not super promising. These two cells, what do they need to sum to? They need to sum to 12. So these two need to sum to 12, and they can't be 5, 8, or 3, 9. Sorry. They need to sum to 12, so they can't be 5, 8. Well, they can't be 5, 8, given that they need to sum to 12. It is 12, right? Now I'm scared that I did this wrong. No, it is 12. Okay, so they can't be... They could be 4, 8. They can't be 5, 7, or 3, 9, though. So I think they have to be 4, 8. I think is the punchline for this. And if this were 8, it would break the 10 clue. So that's 4, and that's 8. So that's not 4. So let's see here. So do I have any more relevant clues? Well, this certainly can't be a 7. Because if this were 7, that's already more than 10. So that's a 1. So this is not a 1. And now these 3 cells need to add to 19. So if these 3 cells need to add to 19, well, I think it's just pretty clear that this one has to be a 7. If you're not sure why, ask me later. So now those add to 14. So these two need to add to 11. So it's either 2 and 9 or 5 and 6, but I already have a 6. So it's 2 and 9 to make this work, right? Did I do this wrong? 8 plus 9 is 17, plus 2 is 19, plus 6 is 25. No, I think that's right. How on earth am I ever going to get these 2 cells? I guess I better hope a lot when I go to write in what these cells could be. Yeah, it's going to be all Sudoku, isn't it? So let's see. This can't be 1, 2. It could be 3. It can't be 4. It can't be 5. It could be 6. It can't be 7. It can't be 8 or 9. So this is only 3 or 6. This one can't be 1. Can't be 2. Can't be 3. Can't be 4. Can't be 5. Could be 6. Can't be 7, 8, or 9. So this just is a 6. Why not 5? Because the bet tree is a 5. The betting tree was revealed by the fact that this 10 clue had all but those filled in. But I had to not spoil the surprise for anyone. So I just moved past quickly the fact that it couldn't be 5. What a puzzle. That's really cool. This might be one of the coolest hex puzzles I've done. Scanning is hard, but some of the deductions are really interesting. The way sort of like these things sort of wrapped around each other. And so if you had a pair, it sort of impacted that, but then that went back and impacted the other thing. Very good idea to do this as a Kakuru. I think that was an excellent choice. Just neat all around. And there was lots of like, find the right clue to look at, which was very helpful that I had chat, because I think I'd have been looking for a long time for some of these clues. But it was very cool and very nice. Alrighty, I'm going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we're going to do some 6x6s from the 6x6 collection. Alrighty, so we're on to doing 6x6s. So we're going to do Microscope by zeneszerzo. I believe this is their debut on the channel, so excited to see this. So normal Sudoku rules apply. These are a palindrome. So it reads the same forwards and backwards. So this is the same digit as that, for example. Normal Hewake rules apply. Wait a second. What am I doing? Normal Sudoku rules apply. Dashed borders are Hewake rooms. Normal Sudoku box. Wait, what do we? Okay. Got it. So we have to shade according to okay. Here's what I should have noticed. We have a 9-cell cage that supposedly sums to 6, which would be a huge problem if this were not, if something funny were not going on here. But the thing that's funny that's going on here is that I have to actually shade and unshade stuff. So unshaded stuff will be green, shaded stuff will be gray, according to normal Hewake rules. So the normal Hewake rules apply to not the Sudoku areas, but to these areas, to be clear. And so at the end, everything is going to be shaded or unshaded. And so the rules that we need to make sure of are, we need to make sure that all the green needs to be connected. We need to make sure that none of the shaded cells touch. So that's okay. Touching diagonally is fine, but I can't put a shaded cell there. That's not allowed. And I need to make sure that I can never see across 2 consecutive room borders without interruption. So if this were all green, that would break the puzzle, because I would look from here and see, so I can see across 2 of the room borders. That's not allowed. Okay. Oh, and it's the unshaded cells. Sorry, it's the unshaded cells that sum to the given clue. I was having a really hard time figuring out how to make this work. Okay. Unshaded cells sum to the given clue. So to start with, this is an 11 cage. I need unshaded numbers that sum to 11. So these need to be 1, 2, 3, 5. Just in order to make that work. So these are 4 or 6. That's 4 or 6. Yeah, the 20 also has to be all unshaded, Isabella points out, because if I don't do that, I only get 6, 5, 4 at max, and that's not 20, so I need all of this to be unshaded as well. Now, the shading, I don't think it's mirrored by the palindromes, as cool as it is when the shading gets mirrored by the palindromes. So this cage is going to be very interesting, because I'm going to need to have... is it possible in any universe that these aren't all shaded? Well, this is definitely shaded, because I can't possibly include a 4, 6 in my sum to 6, because at absolute maximum, there are 5 shaded cells in this region. That's just a thing you know by doing enough Hewake and a 3x3. I can't possibly put more than 5 shaded cells. So if this were unshaded, I would be summing at least 4 numbers with it. In fact, at least 5 numbers with it. That's not going to work. In fact, actually, yeah, this is gotta be, because the minimum here is going to work. Oh. Good point to Garion. I am completely wrong about the 11 cage. I don't know how my brain worked that way. Because 11... 5 and 6 would be fine, sorry. That would be okay. But I am convinced that I absolutely have to shade these, unshade these, and then these have to be 1, 2. That's the only way I'm going to get to 6. This isn't a 4, 6 anymore. Otherwise, I'm going to some more stuff. Yeah, otherwise I'm going to get to a total that's more than 6. If I don't do that, I believe. Yeah, I'm just trying to think through all the ways to shade 4 cells, and most of the ways to shade 4 cells, actually, yeah, most of the ways to shade 4 cells involve having either a row or column included, which would not be great. I'm just trying to make sure there's yeah, the greens have to get out once I accept to myself that I've really proven that this is the only way this is going to work. I'm just really carefully trying to make sure in my head that there's no way to shade 4 cells and have the 5 digits sum to 6. But that's pretty ridiculous, because if I have 5 digits summing to 6, 4 of them would have to be 1s, and I can't fit 4 1s in here. Okay, so that's the easy way to do it. So it has to look like this, and as soon as it looks like this, the greens have to get out, and then everything that touches a gray has to be green. So those are all going to be green. I got there eventually. It was a little touch and go there for just a moment. Okay, so we've got all of those. So it's a 2, that's a that. So let's see. Do I have any dangers here? This has to be shaded, because otherwise I would have a region border. I think someone in chat was trying to type row 5 column 2 and type row 2 column 5 instead. But yeah, this is the one where there's sort of 2 region borders converging at it. This is cool. This has to be unshaded, because if this was shaded, I would need to shade one of these two, and that's not going to work, because if I shaded either of those, it would disconnect it. So that is unshaded. So now that's shaded because of this whole border thing. So that's unshaded. That's unshaded by connectivity. So that's shaded. That's unshaded by connectivity. This is unshaded by connectivity. One of these two I know is shaded. I maybe don't know which yet. I might have to actually think about the sums. What does 6543 add to? Doesn't 6543 add to 20? Wait, how am I getting to 20 at all? Right. I need actually in here, I need to repeat digits is the point. Because I'm not going to get there if I don't repeat digits. So is it possible that I don't have 2 6s in here? If I only use 1 6, then I could use a 6 and a 5 and a 5 and a 4. That would work. I could use a 6 and a 5 and a 5 and a 4. That would get me there. Okay. I know my 1 and 2 are over here. Okay. So if I use 2 6s and a 5, what's the other digit? If I use 2 6s and a 5, then the other digit is a 3. So these are all at least 3. I can say this is a 3, 4, 5, 6. So where is the other 1, 2 in this box? Is it there or is it there? Okay. This cell can't, right. The question is, where does this 1, 2 go in this box? And it can't go there because that would be repeated there per Ambrose, and that 1-2 pair would look at it. That's not going to work. So this 1-2 actually goes here. For sure. So we've got that. So now these are from 3, 4, 5, 6, as are these. So now this can't be 1-2 either, because it mirrors to there. So I guess I should fill in these are from 3, 4, 5, 6, which then gets mirrored, which then gets mirrored there, which then means this is a 1-2. For whatever that is worth. So if I don't shade this, the minimum sum of these 3 cells is now 12, but then that would be 13. That doesn't work. So this has to be shaded. So that's unshaded. So we've got that. Let's see. If I wanted to do 14 and 4, I would need a 1 and a 2, right? Or do I not necessarily? 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I could do 2, 3, 4, 5, annoyingly. Box 6 secret. Well, I know this adds to 21. Oh, is the claim that, like, these add to 10? So if these add to 10, these are at least 7, so this is at most 3. So this is a 1, 2, or a 3. I think is the box 6 secret claim, perhaps. Let's see. I should color these 1-2s, I'm pretty sure. So let's see. Oh, I can circle them. This can be circle. Oh, I'm going to do it not that color. This can be circle X, circle X, circle. This is circle. So the circly 1-2 goes down here somewhere. The circly 1-2 goes down here somewhere. I guess I don't know anything about XE 1-2s, really. Let's see. It's being claimed by Josh that I can't actually make this 3-4, because if this were 3-4, I'd need these to sum to 13, which is not going to happen. So actually, these need to sum to a minimum of 9. And so if these sum to a minimum of 9, because these sum to a maximum of 11, these sum to a minimum of 9, these sum to a minimum of 20, which means that, in fact, this is a 1, and we get a very abbreviated 1 dance. Woo! Woo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that actually works. And so these do have to sum to 9, but I guess... Okay, so these have to sum to 9, and so this needs to sum to 11. Oops. Come back. This has to sum to 11 now. So these aren't 5 or 6. They're 3 or 4. These I know sum to 9. I see now circle is 2. So these need to sum to 10. So they're either, well, they're not 3, 7, and they're not 5, 5, so they are 4, 6. So these are 1s. That's a 3. That's a 5. And so that's a 4. Let's see. And we get to mirror some stuff. So that 3 goes up there. That 4 goes there and makes that a 6, and that a 6, and that a 5. Makes that a 6. Makes that a 4, and that a 5, which gets mirrored up there, which makes that a 5. Makes that a 4. Makes that a 5 and a 3. So now, these digits are 2, 3, 6, which go in that order. These digits are a 1 and a 4, which go in that order. This digit is a 6. I don't even need Sven's help for that one. These are a 3 and a 6. Thank you, Sven. That's a 3 and that's a 6. These are a 1 and a 4. These are a 2 and a 3. So that is a 5. And so the question is, do these add to 14 yet or not? And the answer is they do already add to 14, so I need to not count that. So that is gray, and is a 1. Neat little puzzle. I was thinking when I looked at it, it was just going to be a killer, but then it turned out we had a whole Hayawaki element on top of it. But very cool puzzle. Nice debut for the channel. Alrighty, let me pull up another one, and then I'll be back, and we'll do more. Alrighty, let's see. We've got one by JC Godart. GG is good game. So we've got a mod 3 coloring puzzle by JC Godart. So the sum of the digits along a gray line is always divisible by 3, and digits separated by white dots are consecutive. So I'm noticing that these 3 cells also sum to something divisible by 3, for whatever that's worth. These 3 cells sum to something divisible by 3. Let's see. Where am I looking? Oh, okay. This digit needs to be divisible by 3, because the whole row here is summing to 21. And so if this is divisible by 3 and this is divisible by 3, this needs to be divisible by 3. So this is a 3 or a 6, which then immediately also tells me that this is a 3 or a 6 because the line needs to sum to something divisible by 3. So that's cool. So that's our 3, 6 pair over there, which I'm sure does something. So now this cell, Jaleb points out, is 3 or 6 because of the same reason. Now this is divisible by 3, so the sum of all of those is divisible by 3, so this is a 3 or a 6, and it's not a 6. Because if it were a 6, it would be in the middle of 2 dots. So that's a 3, that's a 6, and that's a 3, and we get to see a quick 3 dance. Woo, 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 ba-da! Thank you, Zach. So these are a 2-4 pair. In some order. This digit's a 3 or a 6, and so it's a 3 because there's a 6 in the box already. Let's see. So there's a 3 on this dot, actually. So that means this dot is from 2, 3, 4, not 7. Not 7, never 7. These two are the same mod 3. So I don't know if we're actually going to need to do mod 3 coloring, but these two are equal mod 3. So we may or may not get to that. So let's see. So these digits are 1, 5, and 6. Let's see. Why can't there be a 6 up here? Let's see. Okay, so what is the sum going on here? Okay, that's a good question. What's going on with the sum in this column? So the sum in this column, if this is a 6, then that's 6 Well, it just doesn't work. If this is a 6, these are a 1, 5, and 1 and 5 sum to 6. And so then this would not sum to a multiple of 3. So this can't be a 6 because of the weird fact that if this is a 6, it makes these a 1 and a 5. That's super weird. Okay. Sorry, can't be a 6. So this is a 2, 4, or 6, strangely. So there's definitely a 6 down here. And so this is a 6, and then either a 1 with a 2 or a 5 with a 4. 1 and 2 or 5 and 4 are the options. So we know that this is a string of dots. It's going to have a lot of digits on it because it doesn't have a 6 on it. Maybe it could have a 1 on it. Could it have a 1 on it? Might be able to. Never mind. Maybe we don't know that much about it. Well, I know it doesn't have a 5. No, it could have a 5 on it, actually. Never mind. I don't know that much about it. Okay. Well, the 3 in this box is up here. Let's just mark that. Yeah, it always has a 3 on it. I don't know if that's interesting enough to warrant pencil marking. I mean, this is either 1, 4 or 2, 5. Those are the only options for one of these lines of length 2. I know the 6 is down in one of these cells. Maybe that's worth noting. Okay, well, the 6 being in one of these 2 cells by Sudoku actually does remove 6 from this cell. So that's actually interesting. Okay, Martin has a good point. Where does 6 go in this box? It can't go on this line because the only thing it could go with is a 3, but the 3 is already gone. So actually, this is a 3 and a 6. And so that's going to be huge because it's going to finally disambiguate everything because now this is, maybe it's not 1, 5, 2, 4. But it can't be 2, 5. Sorry, it can't be 2, 4. So this is from 1, 5, 2, 4. What is this going to sum to? It could sum to 3 if these are 1 and 2. It can't sum to 6, actually, because if it tried to sum to 6... then it would be 1, 5 or 2, 4. And if it tries to sum to 9, that's okay. So this is either 4, 5, with these being 1, 2, or it is 1, 2 with these being 4, 5. Incredibly strange. And the same is exactly true of this, because this is also 1, 2, 4, 5. And again, this is either going to have to be... Oh, but this one can be 1, 5, because I don't have a 1, 5 in the box. So this one might be able to be 1, 5. So this is 1, 2, 4, 5. These are 1, 2, 4, 5. I guess I have never noted that I knew there was a 6 over here. So got a color. There's no getting around it at this point. So this is the blue 1, 2, 4, 5. So these are either... that's not going to work. It's the other way around. These are opposite mod 3, which is then going to be very annoying when I try and make this work, isn't it? I think that is going to be very annoying when I try and make this work. Okay, Jaleb points out this cell can't be a 3 because of the fact that there's a 6 on here, and that's not going to work. So that can't be a 3. So one of these two is a 3, because if I don't put a 3 on these dots, it's not going to work. So there is a 3 on one of these dots. My hand is in the wrong place, which does sort out the 6 and the 3 up here, which sorts out the 6 down there. Oops. Hitting the wrong buttons all of a sudden. 6 in box 2 is actually placed. Martin points out it's actually there. So yeah, annoyingly, this doesn't have to be the other 2-4, but I'd like it to be the other 2-4, because then that would make those the same. But trickily, that does not seem to work. So if one of these is a 3, then they are from 2, 3, 4. This is 1-5 for sure. Because it's roped, or because where does this 1-5 go here, alternatively? Smart. I mean, I thought this was going to be mod 3 coloring, but I don't see how to make it work. I might try it. I mean, I originally said I think this is going to be a mod 3 coloring puzzle. Let's see. We can color all the stuff that's blah mod 3. Oh, that's also blah mod 3. So let's see. So let's make that yellow. Okay, that's probably not the right place to start coloring. No, that works. Okay, it's going to be yellow. This is going to be blue. So this is either 1 or 2 mod 4. This is 1 or 2 mod 4, but they're different because they're consecutive. This has got to be a yellow-blue pair. Okay, I think this is going to work. So this is going to be a yellow-blue pair because otherwise it's not going to sum to a multiple of 3. And so therefore this is blue, in order to make that work. So then this is yellow, by virtue of the fact that this is a string of dots. So then this is yellow by virtue of that. So we know there's a blue down here, for whatever that's worth. This is a yellow-blue pair, so this is blue. So this is yellow by the line. So this is either, so one of these two is blue is the point, because on this dot I can't have 2 blues. So this is a 3 blue pair, which means both of these are yellow, which means both of these are blue. Now this is a yellow that's not a 1-5, so it's the 2-4 in yellow. So now there's a 2-4 pair here. So this is the blue 1-5. So this is the blue 2-4. So this is the blue 1-5. That's the yellow 2-4. So this isn't 2 or 4. So we've got all of that all of a sudden. Okay, so I think coloring was ultimately the correct choice. This is going to be yellow. So this is a blue 6 pair, I suppose. Let's see. Okay, now how am I going to sort this out? I know one of these is the 3, so that's not super exciting. Let's see. This is certainly a yellow-blue pair. Oh, am I supposed to place... I can't quite place yellow 1-5 in this box, but it's close. Yellow 2-4 is on here for sure. Blue 2-4 is down there. Row 6, column 4 is a 5 or a 6. I don't understand, I don't think. Where is yellow? Garion has it. Where is yellow 1-5 in column 5? And the answer is it only goes here. So this is not 2 or 4. This is blue, and it's not 1 or 5. So this is yellow. That's both yellows for this row, for whatever that's worth. So yeah, So it's the blue 2-4 that in reality ends up going down here with that, but we knew the blue 2-4 was consecutive with 3. Right. 2 to 10th has it. I have used all the yellows in this row, and the only ways to make one of these lines work that's length 2 is as gray or yellow-blue, but I can't do yellow-blue anymore, so this has to be gray, which makes that a 6 and a 3. It means that's not a 6. Means this is the blue 2-4. That's not a 6 or in the corner. That's not a 3 or in the corner. That is a 3 or in the corner. It can be gray. This is the blue 2-4. Let's see. Okay, so this is the blue 1-5 because of the row. So this is the 6. I guess I should have noticed that as soon as I did the thing, but I didn't, so we're going to move on. So this is a yellow 1-5. So if that's the yellow 1-5, that's the yellow 1-5. So that's the yellow 2-4. That's the yellow 2-4 there for the row. That's the blue 1-5. So let's see. So, why do I have so many yellow 1-5s? Something's wrong. What did I do? Row 6, column 4, crop key. Oh, it's not the yellow 1-5. It's the blue 1-5, because there's already a yellow 1-5 in the column. Zeta. It's a blue 1-5. Okay, so that means this isn't a 1 or a 5. So this is the yellow 2-4. This is blue, and it's not a 2-4, so it's the blue 1-5. So this is the yellow 2-4. This is the blue 1-5. Let's see. So now this is yellow for sure. Let's see. So what have we got here? Oh, so this has got to be 1-5 because it's after a 2-4. So that's the point, is I know this is the yellow 1-5. And so once I know that's the yellow 1-5, then that's a 2-4. Garian understands. Then this is a 2-4, and that's a 1-5. Okay, and now we have to squint carefully at this white dot and try and decipher how this white dot works. And after some careful contemplation, realize that this means the blue 1-5 is 5, because 6 and 5 are consecutive, and 6 and 1 are less consecutive. So we get all those 5s in there. We can get the yellow 1-5s are 1. So we've got all those. And now we've got to figure out what goes between a 1 and a 3. So therefore that's a 2. And so those are 2s. And these are 4s. And there we go. So it was a mod 3 coloring puzzle. I was originally sort of like thinking we were making it through without doing the mod 3 coloring, but then we got to do the mod 3 coloring, and I am happy when I get to color. It is the best. So I thank you for that, JC, if you eventually watch this. That was delightful. I greatly appreciate the vast array of different setters we have sort of contributing 6x6s to the 6x6 fund. So much appreciated. Let's see. I've got time to do one more. Let's do one more. I'll be right back. Okay, well, this is terrifying, but let's try it anyway. So what we have here is a puzzle by randomra. I believe this is randomra. I think that this is randomra's debut on the channel. What we have here is we have to place the digits 1 through 6 into each cell in the grid so that each digit appears exactly once, etc., etc. Digits on a given arrow should sum to the digit in the arrow's circle. But every cell must be the possible circle head of an arrow or on the arrow. Wait, every possible cell... Wait, when it says possible circle head, does that mean it's does that mean it has to be on an arrow somewhere, or does that mean I have to be able to draw an arrow with it as the circle? I think circle head just means it's on the arrow somewhere. So I think that's what this is saying. Oh, must be a circle. Okay, so have to be able to draw an arrow with that as the circle. Okay, so every one of these things has to be able to show up as the circle of an arrow. Okay, so if this... Okay, so we've got to think about ones. I guess I don't really think that I know that much about ones immediately. I know 1 can't go there, because 1 in the circle of an arrow means it has to be a length 1 arrow. Let's see. I'm going to start by doing silly stuff, and then we'll maybe make some progress there. So these purple cells go there. Those purple cells end up here, for whatever that is worth. I mean, that one probably ends up there so that it can be on a length 1 arrow, but maybe not. Let's see. I feel like it's got to be about ones, right? I guess I could also do things like these 2 cells or these 2 cells. But I don't think that really does a lot to help. Okay, where is 1 going in the bottom row is maybe the question. So where does 1 go in the bottom row? Not there. Could go here. Could go there. Maybe actually there's lots of options for where 1 can go. I was thinking the fact that 1 can't go in this circle was useful. I might as well note that this circle is at least 3. Okay, I'm going to try and see if I can do anything with this. Let's see. So this yellow cell is over there. So one of them is there. Is this doing something for me? If it is, I don't think so. Okay. So the one in box 1 I know goes in one of these 5 cells. And then I know there's another one that touches this diagonally. But that doesn't seem immediately useful. I feel like I've got to sort of think about this in some clever way. Because like the way these regions are linked is going to create problems if I try and be too creative with how my ones are set up. Let's see. Eric says row 1, column 2, being forced into the 2x3 in column 3. Means it goes in row 2, column 6. Right. Okay, so this cell, okay, so that's a good point. Let's start coloring this cell. So this cell specifically, 2 to 10th points out, goes in one of these 3 in this box. And so now it's placed there. And so it is in one of these 2 cells. So it's in one of these cells. Sadly, that doesn't quite kick around, but I can do the same thing over here and say this one, which unfortunately might well be blue. sorry, it's this one, which unfortunately might well be blue, ends up there. Sadly. Okay. So what if I don't put the 1 in here? This is Martin's point. What if I don't put the 1 in here in column 1? If I don't, then I put it in column 2 and put it in one of these. And then I put a 1 in one of these. But now the 1 in column 1 is down here somewhere, and it doesn't have any 1s that it can be friends with. So that's very nice. So one of these is a 1. So one of these is a 1, because one of these ones has to see it. And to be an arrow. And of course, the 1s take care of each other, unfortunately. So I don't get to sort of percolate this forward very much. I know the 1 over here is in one of these 3 cells. Could well be there, though. Unfortunately. I guess I could do exactly the same thing over here. The 1 over here is in one of these 3 cells, apparently. Sorry, the 1 in this P, or this extended P, is there. So that means it's going to end up in one of those cells. So I guess that means that I have a 1 in one of these cells and a 1 in one of these cells because I need 1s there. Okay. Do people agree with my assessment of where the 1s are? I think we actually know where the 1s are. Kind of. Okay. Now, this one would require that 1 and require that 1. This one would just be dead in the water, actually. Because if this was a 1, there's no 1s that it can touch, because it can't touch that one. So, no 1 there. So, 1 there, which now needs a 1 there. And now, this one, if I choose either of those, I don't work, so that's a 1. So now that's a 1. It needs a 1. That's its friend. And now this is the last one. So can't row 2, column 3 be a 1? Did I miss an option? This couldn't be a 1 because I already had all of the 1s in these 4 rows. I needed a 1 in row 1 and a 1 in row 6. So the technical term Ambrose said is I have a jellyfish on 1s after I've marked the 1s per your comment, Martin. I just thought of it as where's the 1 in row 1 and where's the 1 in row 6. No problem. I appreciate you checking. So now there's no 1 on this arrow. So this arrow is at least a 5 or a 6. Let's see. So now, I guess 2 being an arrowhead is maybe not as restrictive, is it? Because 2 could be an arrowhead of an arrow that sums 2 1s. Or 2 could be an arrowhead of a length 1 arrow that just sees another 2. I don't quite see how that's going to work. I mean, interestingly, now that there's this gigantic string of 1s, I can, like, tag through all of these and complete all kinds of arrows. All right, one of these has to be a 2, because otherwise this arrow is double 3, and that doesn't work for various reasons. So Math Pesto is correct. One of these is a 2. And so that one, actually, interestingly enough, is going to require a 2 to go with it, because it can't get to... Oh, no, if this was a 2, I could do the double 1 arrow, though that's obnoxious. So can I rule out this being a 2? I don't think so, because I could just put that as a 2, and then I think it would be okay. So I agree one of these is a 2, but unfortunately if that's the 2, I just already have an arrow that works. So I think I have to see something that's wrong with this being a 2. But I do not. Let's see. This cell can go in one of those places. Trying to figure out if there's anything where I can sort of like identify some cells that have to be the same. But I don't yet see any cells that have to be the same. I mean, 2 in column 1 could literally just be here and see a length 2 arrow, right, Martin? Ah, okay, so if this is a 2, get a 2 in row 6, column 6. Okay, I agree these 2 cells can't be 2. Where does the circle digit go in box 6? I mean, one of these 3 places, I think. I'm trying to understand Eric's comment about this coloring, because I also have sort of a mirrored version of that where I have this and that are the same color or the same digit, but that digit might or might not be 2. But yeah, I agree this can't be 2. Do I know that blue's not 2? Oh, it's these 2 that are the same color. I highlighted something different, I think. I think I highlighted it backwards. So should I give these their own color and just pretend that I'll flash them red, blue. These 2 are the same, and that same thing may or may not be blue. And somehow this has something to do with 2s that I don't understand. Corners also can't be 3. That's true. These 2 corners, I agree, cannot be 2 or 3. So these are 4, 5, 6 at the very least. So where does this go in the lower left shape? Is the question. Oh, I think the point is is that these 2 are the same. That's the point of all of this. Is that these 2 digits are the same? Is the question. Okay. So those 2 are the same. So this isn't 2. Is the point. Somehow I was thinking about that much differently than however chat was articulating it. Or not getting it. Anyway, we get our short little 2 dance. Woohoo! Waha! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So this is a 3 or a 4. But it can't be a 4. It can't be a 3 because we already know it's not a 3. So this actually is a 4. That's a 4. That's a 5. Hey, Ranks, how are you? So this 4 needs to be on an arrow. Uh-oh, I already broke it? Oh, because 2 plus 4 isn't 5? Because 2 plus 4 is 6? I was close. I only missed it by 1. Okay, so 6 is placed here now. So 6 is placed here. So this isn't a 6. So 6 is in one of these two cells, and 6 is in one of these two cells. Okay, so these digits are 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 5. Is it possible that this can't be a 5? I don't think I believe that it's possible that that can't be a 5. I mean, this I know is 2, 3, 5. 5. 2, 3, 5. Let's see. So I do know one of these two is a 4. Oh, this can be 6 as well? Oh, crap. No, you're right. That could be 6 as well. Darn it. Because that could be 6, yeah. So yeah, so this can't get a 3, 1. It can't get 2, 1, 1. So yeah, I think this needs to be able to get a 2, 2 arrow. I think Chad is correct about that. And I think that this needs to be 2, 2. So I think it needs to grab that 2 in order for this 4 to be an arrow circle. So I think this is a 2. These aren't 2. This is a 3 or a 5. This 6 is happy. 4 is happy. The 2s are happy. If this is a 3, it's not going to be happy, is it? Because if this is a 3, there's nothing I can do. I don't believe. I think this has to be a 5. In order for this to possibly work. So I think that's the 5 and that's the 3. That's the 5. This 3 is only going to work if that's also a 3. So that's a 4. It's not a 3. This is a naked 3. That satisfies the 5. 3 is already happy. These are a 4, no, these are a 2, 6 pair. Works either way, perfectly fine. That's a 4. These are a 5 and a 6. For whatever that is worth. This is a 2 or a 5. This is 2, 3, or 5. So now that's a 2, 5 pair. So that's a 3 and that's a 4. Per Ransk et al. These are a 2 and a 5, and I know the order. So that's a 5 and a 2. 3 and 4. This is 2, 5, or 6. Which gives me a triple in the row, which means that the only place for a 3 is there. This is a 2, 5, or a 6, but it's not a 2, so this is a 5 or a 6. It seems not to be able to be a 5 either, so it seems to be a 6 and a 5 and a 6. That seems to not be a 6. 2 and 6. Let's see. Okay, and so now we have a deadly pattern on 2 5s to reveal, because if this is a 2, it's never going to work, because it doesn't have any 2s or 1s that it could get to, so that's got to be a 5 and a 2 and a 2 and a 5. And now you get to spot check your favorite one and figure out if this is really true, that this works. Let's see. I could do a 6 4 1 1 there. 6 3 3 is fine. 6 2 4. Very interesting. Interesting rule set. I'm surprised this works. I would not ever want to do a 9x9 version of this, but I enjoyed the 6x6 one, which is a good use of 6x6s is to do puzzles that one would not really want to do. Yeah, this 3 is summing as 111. But yeah, very cool puzzle. I think that is a nifty idea for a puzzle. All right. But we're going to wrap up stream there for today. Thank you everyone for hanging out with us. Always appreciated. Thank you to all the people who support the channel. If you're new to the channel, please consider subscribing. If you've become a regular, please consider liking the stream. And if you really like the stream, please consider contributing by becoming a YouTube member. If you become a YouTube member, you can do that for $5 a month at the lowest level, and then $10 a month at the next level. You get access to cool Zeta emotes, you get the green screen name, you get the little windmill next to you that sort of upgrades over time. And it helps keep things going around here, which is much appreciated. Thank you to everyone who supports the channel in whatever way you do it, by contributing 6x6s or showing up, chatting, helping me find naked singles in my area. Whatever it is you do, I appreciate you. Extra special thank you to the turbines of the channel. That is the people who contribute at the top level. So those are David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, and Woofer. Thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Great to have you here, and I'll see you again on Sunday. Bye for now.